let me kick us off with a. No, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do our usual thing of meeting the team and let's now. Firstly, this is going to be a test to see if all the video ninja links work. So,
Mhm.
without further ado, let's say hello to. Wait for it. Lissy! Hello, Lissy.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? Welcome to
Doing
the game.
good.
Hopefully, you can all start to hear some music drift through as well.
Ooh, yeah.
I turned it down a lot because you warned
Oh,
us. So.
make sure just you find
Oh, wait,
find the level for yourself. As I
Mhm.
say, Cock has joined me to help test it the other day, and it was on 100%, and it blew him away. So
You can't hear anymore.
so yeah, get it down
Test-
to about
test-
20%.
Test it on someone that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's just like throw him into the lion's den. Okay, Lissy, you are playing as Ingrid. Tell us a little bit about Ingrid.
Okay, so Ingrid is a mountain dwarf. She is a barbarian. She's angry at the world because who isn't? Um, she's got pink hair. She's got bright green eyes, and always carries around a gigantic axe. Great axe. Great axe. Great axe.
A great axe. Very good.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk to Ingrid briefly. Ingrid, you. So, no, sorry. I need to set the scene for our audience a little bit as well. As you will soon see, our players are attending a funeral. That of a cleric, an Aarakocra cleric. And for those who aren't in the know, an Aarakocra is a sort of bird-like humanoid. And this funeral is taking place at the North Road Abbey, and this cleric went by the name of Achak. Now, Ingrid, you have something of a life debt of sorts to be paid to Achak. How did that come about?
So I was Ingrid grew up as a sort of apprentice smith. Sorry, my cat is being really bad in the background.
Not now, Sushi.
I know. She was so calm and very chill on my lap, like right when we started, and no, not anymore. Sorry. So Ingrid grew up as a apprentice to her clan's blacksmith. That's the word. And she set off on a pilgrimage to finish her training, and she met Achak when she was in a scary ghost town mine trying to find this special metal to forge into her weapon, and almost damn near killed herself, and found Achak when she kind of dragged herself into the nearest town, and Ingrid promised to pay her back for healing her with a weapon once I was back and done with my pilgrimage.
But in the meantime, before you could deliver that weapon, Achak sadly succumbed.
So yeah, really bummer.
Real bummer. Okay, thank you, Ingrid. We'll return to you shortly. Let's meet Mikey, Mike of Pain, scoffing away on the pistachios or almonds or something.
Fridge Raiders.
What is it?
It's a fridge raider. It's like a little chicken.
Lovely.
Chicken thing.
He's
Because
raiding that fridge for the fridge raiders. So,
Yeah.
well, we've already heard how you are, Mikey, and we all wish you well in your recovery. Tell us a little bit about Atlas, who we've met before, but let's.
So I'm playing Atlas, who is a half-elf paladin, and I have been in a couple of these one-shots, so I know one of the members of my party already. But I am a paladin with a devotion to nature.
Very good.
And all things living.
Very good. Now, Atlas, it's a funeral. Death can be a difficult topic. How does Atlas? How do you feel about death? What's your reaction to situations like this?
Well, we sort of specialize in death, in both after rites and also killing for the righteousness. So I'm quite at home at a funeral.
Okay, all right. So
I know the words to use.
no stranger to situations like this. Fair enough. All right, thanks, Atlas. We'll catch up with you again shortly.
You want to know how I know the bird lady?
Not right this second. No.
Cool.
Let's meet a newcomer to our midst, which is, well, it's the player's not a newcomer at all. Philip, hello. You're back again. Our only ever present, actually.
Hi. Hello. Yeah, pleasure to be here once again with a new guy.
With a new guy.
New guy just
You
dropped.
are playing as. Do you want to tell us his full name?
I would love nothing more. Folks, I am playing as Caldwell Jebediah Bilius Persephone Prin, but everyone calls him Jeb.
Everyone
Nice
calls
to
him
meet you. He's
Jeb.
a rat folk.
So, as a bit of a meta tale, Phil, having perfected bumpkin mode or Phil Billy or whatever you want to call it on his own streams, has now decided he wants to sign up to doing sort of 3 to 4 hours of this voice. The 5-minute bursts just aren't enough for him, folks. He wants to expand this out into a full blown character. So
I'm gonna do it till I'm tired of it.
Jeb is a rat folk, which is a homebrew race, but I'll allow it. What can you tell us about Jeb?
Yeah, so Jeb, he hails from the Holler, which is up in the mountains around that North Alabaster. Whatever the wider world calls it, these folks, they just call it the Holler. It's where he grew up. It's a close-knit community with many siblings. He has no idea how many he has, but there's a proud tradition of alchemical pursuits up there. Famous, or maybe infamous, for the brewing of a very potent libation locally known as Tormist.
Tormist. Sounds.
Yeah.
Sounds,
And he takes
pretty
his
strong.
brewing very seriously, and he loves his family.
Now, firstly, Sweet Melissa, Phil absolutely will keep the accent for the whole game, I guarantee you. And H has asked a valid question. Are rat folk the size of rats or the size of humans? I'm guessing closer to the latter.
Yeah, he's about 4'5". Like he
Okay.
ain't rat size. He about like a dwarf or a halfling.
Okay, nice. All right,
Yeah.
Jeb. Now, you experienced Achak's kind nature firsthand, and yet, to many in the land of Playdean, this isn't really her reputation. She's got quite a poor reputation in some parts. What do you make of the nickname The Wrathful, which followed her through
That's
life?
Well, in my experience, when I met Achak, her wrath was righteous, and it helped us a great deal. And I come as funeral to pay my debts to a local hero, somebody that saved my peoples from a horrible menace of bugbears taking advantage of us and our kind and our brewery. And she showed up to quash it and stop it, but instead she set us free and let us go about our peaceful life in our holler.
Magic. Thanks very much. All right, we will let you go, Jeb, and we will return to you in a short while.
Thank you.
Last but by no means least, let's welcome back. Firstly, let's welcome back Yero. There he is. Hello, handsome. How you doing?
Hello. Doing good, doing good.
Excellent. Beard is looking splendid as always.
As always.
Hope you are well. And you are playing as Tembo again, who, of course, as Mikey alluded to earlier, is already acquainted with Atlas from a prior adventure. Yes. What can you tell us about Tembo briefly?
Well, Tembo is still being his big self, promoting peace everywhere where he goes, and disliking all the aggression he sees.
So that brings me to my question, actually, somewhat. So Achak was a cleric. Tembo's a cleric as well.
Yeah.
I guess somewhat a colleague in some ways. But Achak was a cleric of the wind deity Havarnos, whereas you follow Janoros, which is the dove god of peace.
Yep.
What's it like when you obviously knew each other as clerics? What's it like when you follow different gods? Is there any friction, or is it more like professional kind of respect?
I think it's mostly the professional respect towards each other. We each have our own deity, and the wind god doesn't really go against the peace
Yeah.
that Generos brings.
So it could be different if they were a cleric of a deity of war, perhaps, if there was such a thing.
Yeah,
was-
that would have been a different story.
Okay, all right, understood. Magic. Okay, well, thanks, Tembo. We will send you back into the netherworld, and we'll move over and see our full beautiful team in all their glory. There they are. Looking just the most beautiful. And we'll begin our game. As always, we'll aim to take a short break in somewhere around the 90 minutes from now mark, just so people can freshen up, grab a glass of water, go and have a waz, all the rest of it. So, if everybody's ready, we'll hop right into it. Let me switch up our music a little bit, although that's quite pleasant as well, to be fair. But let's go for
Is a waz sort of like a piss?
Waz is exactly
Yeah.
like a piss, yeah.
All
it
right,
is.
I follow. Thank you.
So
I ain't used to the way you talk.
let's jump into it. Welcome back to Pleiadian, everybody. The North Road Abbey is the setting for our adventure today, which although it's quite small type, hopefully you can make out kind of just up from the center of the map as it appears on screen here on the North Road heading up from Hulon and Tavarie up towards Daris and Alabaster. I think we will pick up with with Atlas arriving at the North Road Abbey. It's and the road that you've travelled from the south has been hard. You actually feared that you may miss this event. Each of you received messenger falcons inviting you to this service, and the news that Achak had passed away. And you've ridden through the night. What would Atlas use as a mount, Mikey? A horse or something less traditional?
I did actually have one picked out at one point, but it has gone from my mind. So I'm going to say yes, a striking all-white horse.
A white horse. Atlas arrives at the North Road Abbey in the morning, having ridden through the night, knowing that if he did not, then you'd likely miss this event altogether. It is a cloudy and rainy day. The rain beats down on the grass around you. The ground is quite sodden. The North Road Abbey is a small collection of buildings set upon a hill, facing out over the east coast of Pleiadian. And as you arrive, you see that it's a place that has clearly been there for many centuries. It has the wear and tear, and yet the sort of the pride of a place that has stood fast and seen many changes through its years. As you approach and ride into the kind of surroundings of the abbey, which I'll put on screen. You can see that there are a few horses kind of pottering around. There's a pen with a couple of pigs in there, and then a couple of just almost look like administrative or farming buildings of some description. There's a wagon that's kind of parked with a couple of horses tied to it as well. And the main building is, of course, like a church. It's a religious building with a flag that flutters in the slight breeze, although is being battered by the rain as it comes down, with the markings of Havanos, the wind deity. As you approach stood on the steps outside the church is one of your kin, a half elf actually, who waves and beckons you to over to him, and greets you with a smile, and says, "Good morning. Are you here for the service?"
I jump off my horse and I bow to my kinsman and say, I am Atlas. Who are you?
And well met, Atlas. I am Deacon Aramis. I am the deacon of this abbey. It's a pleasure to see one of my kin here. He gestures to a young human, kind of like an adolescent, stood next to him and says, "Boric will show you inside." Boric is a human, as I say, of about maybe 15, 16 years of age, who bows low. He's looks quite sort of nervous and a bit sort of distressed, and kind of he sort of says, right this way, sir," and leads you inside the church. As you go up the stairs, as you enter, on the left there's a small room, and Boric opens the door and shows you inside. And inside, two figures are locked in conversation. You see the dwarf barbarian Ingrid, and although of course you wouldn't know their names yet, and a very strange rat-like creature, and those two figures are locked in conversation, discussing their experiences with Achak. Let's go and listen in on Ingrid and Jeb having that conversation, shall we?
Yeah. Jeb will have his hat. He has a big wide straw hat. He'll have it held kind of in front of him in respect, just in general, being inside a place of worship.
Of course.
Saying, how'd you know the dearly departed, Miss Ingrid?
Well, she patched me up. I was almost dead once. I pretty much owe her my life. And this. She's just very awkward. Doesn't usually come to funerals. So she's standing there very awkward, just holding this spear in her hands.
Yeah.
Promised her this. So.
Well, that's a beautiful implement, ma'am.
Thanks.
It looks mighty strong. She would have loved it, I'm sure.
I hope so.
Meanwhile, a Loxodon by the name of Tembo, I think you were probably, being a cleric, taking an interest in the rest of the church, perhaps admiring the architecture and the furnishings and whatnot. But having seen Atlas be a face that you recognise, you head towards the same room and enter as well. Enter behind Atlas.
Young Master Atlas, you're here as well.
Tembo, my friend. How have you been? It's been a few years since the Tondor incident, hasn't it?
Indeed, it has been. Well, I have traveled a lot, seen a lot. Sadly, this brings us over to this abbey.
There are two other figures in the room, seated in the corner. Two Aarakocra. Both are sitting there quite sort of stoically. One of them is enormous. He's clearly, of a serious height and build. The other is smaller, but as I say, both of them, they're not in conversation with each other. They're both kind of sitting there with their hands on their laps, with and both have a cloaks pulled about them, with their hoods lowered. but they're not really taking any interest in the conversations going on around them.
I approach the dwarf and the rat man, and I introduce myself as Atlas Oak River, and I ask them how they are.
Well, Mr. Atlas, is a long journey. Oh, by the way, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name's Caldwell Jebediah Bilius Persephone Prin. You can call me Jeb. Most people don't like to call me Caldwell Jebediah Bilius Persephone Prin. It's an awful lot to say.
A big name for a small man. I rate it, Jeb.
Thank you. I reckon I can remember Atlas. That's a lot quicker and easier. But no, it's a long journey here on foot down through the mountains, and I ain't used to being in a city like this. But it was nice. It's nice to be here. I had to be here for our old dearly departed Achak.
Definitely.
Yeah, cities aren't usually my thing either. But hi, I'm Ingrid.
Yeah.
Well met. This is
Who's
my
that
friend
big
Tembo.
fella? I point up at Timbo.
This is my friend Tembo. He's a
Hello.
Loxodon.
Well, ain't you a tall tower and so and so? It's
Evil.
nice to meet you. I introduce myself the same way, whole name, every time.
Hello, young Master Jeb.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, welcome here.
I reckon I'll see you coming from long ways off.
Oh, they'll see me coming.
It's a good thing you're not a mouse man, because we all know that elephants are scared of mice.
Yeah, no, that's right. You're right. That's right.
I would scare, indeed.
The two Aarakocra in the corner haven't moved a muscle. They just sit there steadfastly looking forwards. After a few moments, perhaps a few minutes of conversation, small talk going on, Deacon Aramis, Boric enters again and says, "If you'd all like to come through, we're ready to begin the service now." Sorry, go ahead.
I said I was going to wait for most people to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be the last person in the room.
Okay. So, I get if unless anyone else has got any specific way they wish to exit, Boric
I'll shuffle in the back.
leads you through
Trying not to block someone.
leads you through to the main room of the church. It's a dimly lit room, not much by way of natural light. It leads you down a short flight of stairs. So you're almost kind of heading. The room that you were in was sort of a slightly elevated level. He leads you down into this room that is lit mostly by candle, but it's quite a striking room. And at the front is a table, and on that table is laid a closed casket with flowers and whatnot, kind of vines adorning it and wrapped around it by way of decoration. And Boric shows you in and just gestures to the seats and says, "You can sit wherever you feel most comfortable."
Thank you, Mr. Boric. Do you all mind if I sit with you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Are there any other people?
I go up?
There are 6 of you in total. There are the 4 of you and the 2 Aarakocra.
Small crowd.
I'm just gonna walk up to the one that was telling us to come in and say, "I brought a gift for Achak that I owed her. Is there any way that I could give it to her?"
Boric, his eyes well up at this. He's like, "Oh, that's so beautiful. My goodness. May I hold it?
Yeah, sure.
He takes it really delicately and like holds it, you know, in his hand, like not closing his fists around it, just like almost laying this spear on his palms almost, and really admires the craftsmanship of it. He like peers at where the joins are and any kind of decorations on there. He's like, my goodness, this is so beautiful. What a lovely gesture. And then he hands it back to Ingrid and says, yes, of course. After the eulogy, there'll be the opportunity for you to go and speak your final words to Achak, and perhaps you could then lay it next to her or with her.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
He begins to weep a little. He's like, I'm sorry. She wouldn't like this at all. Oh, I taught myself I wouldn't do this. Please be seated, won't you?
Yep. Yep.
The
awkwardly kind of sit down.
The two Aarakocra file in as well, and sit as far away from everybody else as they possibly can. They sit next to each other, but away from anybody else. It's like getting on a bus. They look for the seat that's like the furthest from anybody else. You know.
I would like to sit on my own on the back row, please.
You got it. All
right.
Yes, I'm sitting on the other aisle, across the aisle in the back, not to block anyone's side.
Atlas and Tembo. Okay, so yours is for Tembo. Yours is for polite reasons. Jeb, where have you found yourself in this room? Do you think?
Well, is it? I was curious. Is it open enough that I could like approach the coffin, or is it kind of cordoned off right now?
It's up on the front sort of stage area, if you like, but it's closed at the moment.
Okay. So, but yeah, that's fine. I was just I was thinking that I would maybe approach it if it were open, but I can wait until because Jeb would definitely be more kind of attuned with the ceremonial aspect of this, you know, like wanting to follow the proper the way it should be done. I think. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think that I would go back to where the two Aarakocra are sitting and introduce myself to them.
Okay.
And just kind of wander over and say, "Hello, friends. How are you acquainted with our dearly departed Achak? Were you friends of hers?"
The two Aarakocra, the larger of the two, who's furthest from you, doesn't move a muscle, doesn't react whatsoever. The nearer of the two and the smaller slowly looks up from their seated position and says, yes, I am of Achak's kin. I come from the Nest Clutch Archipelago, Achak's home. Myself and my companion are here to pay our respects on behalf of our people.
Oh, she was a wonderful soul, and it's nice to see. And I just want to pass along the reverence and appreciation of my kin and all us folks down in the holler. She did so much for us. I don't know if she ever spoke about us. I imagine in the greater scheme of things, we weren't too much for old Achak, but oh, she was. We sing songs about her around campfires. We tell our kids about her before they go to bed as a bedtime story. She was a beautiful soul, and she will be missed.
After a moment, the Aarakocra gives a sort of a half smile and sort of, that's wonderful to hear. I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah. And I'll kind of put a hand out to kind of like clasp, you know, her feathered claw, just sort of a thank you and a little nod, and then I'll turn and I'm gonna go sit kind of near Ingrid.
Where is Ingrid?
She probably picked a pew or bench or whatever that is away from most other people, and just is very. She feels very out of place here, and is just kind of holding the spear and just standing or sitting up straight, like This is how I'm supposed to be at a place like this, right?
So the way I see it, you've got Ingrid and Jeb probably near the front, Tembo and Atlas at the back, and the Aarakocra kind of in the middle on the opposite side to whichever one Jeb and Ingrid are on. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
Seems good.
Nice.
Yep.
Very good. Boric at the back of the room goes to the front doors and looks out wistfully, as if maybe expecting more late arrivals, but after a moment he pulls the doors to. At the front of the room, next to the stage, there is a small door that exits out to the outside, and through this side door enters Deacon Aramis, who in the time that you've been getting acquainted and whatnot has put on a more sort of ceremonial outfit that for the purposes of the service, and he comes and stands at the front and begins to speak and says, "Thank you all for coming. I am Deacon Aramis of the North Road Abbey, and for the last several years it's been my privilege to know and learn from the wonderful Achak Daygale. I shall now commence with the eulogy, after which time each of you will be invited to speak a final farewell to our dearly departed friend." He takes some papers in his hand, so it's something that's clearly written, and begins to read and says, "In our year 3090, in the realm of our northern neighbours in the Nestclutch archipelago," and he sort of gives a nod towards the Aarakocra, "the cracking of an egg gave this world its first glimpse of a most remarkable individual, our friend, teacher and cleric, Achak Daygale. From before the time she first flapped her wings, Achak delighted in exploring the nebulous, the mystic, that which could not be readily explained by our eyes and ears. While captivated by the water and earth, she held the deepest reserves of her love for the air and wind, ultimately declaring herself a cleric of Havarnos, the great wind deity for whom this place became a tribute, whose influence she sought to spread by her example, rather than by force. Nevertheless, her reputation as a warrior was fierce, and she became scorned in some parts as Achak the Wrathful, a name she gladly reclaimed, before returning here and spending the final years of her life as our cleric. Wise as a dragon, and as strong as the oldest oak, but ever keen to hear the lived experiences of others to her very last days. Her body has now failed, having exceeded the usual lifespan of her people by some years, and passing over to Havarnos embrace at the age of 39. To some of us, a life so short," and he kind of looks towards Atlas in particular, "may seem fleeting and transient, but it is not so. For few could hope to experience as much as she, daughter of the clouds, spear of the wind. We commit her now to Havarnos' care, and while we mourn her passing, we will feel her presence always when we hear the wind howl. Fly now and forever, and may the wind bear you into Havarnos' arms." He stands bowing his head. He looks up and kind of glances around the room, and he says, "It is, I suppose, what we might call an intimate gathering here today. Clearly, the guest list for this event was quite selective, but no doubt each of you have your own tales to tell. Perhaps we could hear from a couple." He looks at Tembo and "My friend Loxodon, perhaps you could tell us about how you are acquainted with our departed cleric?"
Of course. Well, I've always known Achak as a passionate woman, um, known for her um, belief in Havarnos. Some might say she was direct, but she helped numerous people in her life, and I've known her to be uh, always helpful in deeds, in prayers, in community and faith. Even I have learned to have more peace in my life and to not always um, let my wrath be that with that with which I work and communicate. And I hope she will have found peace by now, and she'll fly again with Havarnos.
That's wonderful. He kind of clasps his hands to his heart and says, what a lovely tale. Thank you so much. And gesturing to Atlas, says, and my kin, my dear half-elf, perhaps you could tell us of how you and Achak became known to one another.
You know, just from around.
From around the...
I think you know, we met a couple of times probably.
Yes.
Her reputation does precede her, but you know, just a casual acquaintance.
He looks a bit confused, but he kind of graciously moves on and says, and looks to the Aarakocra and says, and it would of course be wonderful to hear from Achak's kin, to understand her role in their lives. Please stand, Mr. And the smaller of the Aarakocra rises and introduces himself, Queka. And he says, yes, well, I had not seen Achak in the flesh in many years, actually, but we have maintained a long-lasting correspondence over the years, and yes, certainly we just came to pay our respects. And he sort of nudges the other Aarakocra. Isn't that right, Lifra? And this large hulking Aarakocra next, who remains seated, just nods their head very solemnly once. And Queka retakes their seat. Deacon Aramis says, "Well, thank you all, and you know, by our customs, after the service is concluded, I look forward to speaking with you each more, and I'm sure many of us will have tales to tell of such a great and interesting life. It is our custom that at this part of the service that we open the casket and invite each of you up to the front in order to say any words that you may wish to say and leave any tokens behind that you may wish to do. Boric, would you please do the honours?" Boric walks down the aisle from the back of the room and gently lays his hands on the casket and gives a big sigh. He lifts the lid and darts back in alarm with a gasp. Ah! He looks at Deacon Aramis, who can't really see into the casket, standing as he is behind the now opened lid. "What? My goodness, dear Boric, whatever is the matter?" Boric is speechless, and he just points down. She's gone.
Come again?
At this, the Aarakocra rise to their feet with a jolt and race to the front of the room. How are you all reacting? What are you up to?
Well, I'm a bit dumbfounded. I'm watching what's going on.
Uh-huh.
Bodies don't tend to get up and walk out their own funeral.
Not usually.
I do not react at all. I'm just watching everyone else's reactions.
And I'm grabbing my holy symbol and starting to pray.
The Aarakocra reach the
Maybe
front
there.
of the abbey, and look down and say, and you hear Queka, who immediately is furious, and looks at Deacon Aramis and says, "What have you done? What have I done? I've done nothing." What? Aramis has sprinted around to the side of the coffin and looks inside, and sure enough, there is no body to be found inside this casket. Queka is incandescent with rage and almost spitting through words. It's like, this is some kind of mischief. I am certain of that. I knew we would have to contend with something today. I knew we would have some kind of nonsense from you, Deacon. Aramis is just protesting his innocence. Just, I have done nothing. Meanwhile, Boric is just on his knees in tears, just wailing. Just... No! Attack! Queka wheels round to the room, which is the four of you, and says, "Well, perhaps it was one of you. Perhaps one of you was put up to this."
If it was one of us, why would we still be here?
Why would we have come at all?
Well, it's the perfect cover story, of course.
So...
Well, it can't have been me.
You're saying that's your cover story?
What? Absolutely not. Deacon Aramis,
Could be.
kind of like, yes, I, you really haven't been talkative. You arrived here 2 days ago and have barely said a word since that time.
Yeah, all due respect, friend, you've been mighty quiet this whole procession.
Oh, I only got here like 15 minutes ago, so...
Queka looks at Atlas and says, "Yes, I suppose that's true. About the rest of you, I'm not so sure."
I reckon we could get to the bottom of this. Ain't too many people here. We figure it out. I'm sure of it.
Deacon Aramis is bristling at the accusation that he may have something to do with the disappearance of Achak's body, and turns to Queka and can contain himself no longer and says, "How dare you arrive at our abbey, a place that you could have visited Achak at any time over the last several years, and only turn up after she has died, and for goodness knows what reason, though I think I do know." Queka's eyes kind of flash at this, and he's like, "Be silent, Deacon. You do not know of what you speak."
I cast Zone of Truth.
Nice.
Ooh.
Tell me exactly what that says, please.
You create a magical zone that guards against deception in a 15-foot radius sphere centered on the point of your choice within range. That will be the middle of the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Until the spell ends, a creature that enters the spell area for the first time or starts its turn there must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, a creature can speak a deliberate lie while in the radius. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails on its saving throw.
Okay, so
well, this will put the cat amongst the pigeons.
Queka's like, is that an Aarakocra joke? Because if so, it is a pathetic one.
That
Now-
seems maybe a little in bad taste, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Fighting at a funeral. Technically, this isn't a funeral because there's no body.
So, Tembo, just to clarify then, this zone of truth, while it operates, is it going to be the case that every time you ask somebody a question, or is it
No,
going to be the case that every time they go to say something, they have to cast a dice to see if they're...
No, you cast the dice one time, and that makes an affected creature is aware of the spell and can thus avoid answering questions to which it would normally respond with a lie. So they know the spell is cast,
Okay.
and I know who can lie and who can't lie.
Okay. So does everybody have to give a roll kind of at this stage?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So I will roll, of course, for the Aarakocra and for Boric and for Deacon Aramis. I'll only roll for Queka because I can tell you now, Lithra won't be saying a word no matter what. So for Queka, we are doing a what is it, a charisma saving throw?
Yeah, charisma saving throw. He needs to be the 14.
Do we all need to roll against this too?
Yep.
All right. Let's go. First roll of the game.
Well, that is a nat 20
Oh,
for
fuck.
Queka.
Holy shit. Wow.
Ingrid is a Ingrid. Have you added any charisma modifier onto that?
Sure haven't.
Have you? Do you have a charisma modifier?
I don't.
Oh, okay. So you're fine anyway. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I'm just 13.
So Ingrid is.
Oh, I don't
failed.
either. Mine's 14.
Jeb is a success, I think.
Yeah, that's a success.
I think so.
Ingrid's a fail.
Jeb ain't too
Safe
keen
one.
on lying anyway, but just the same.
Atlas, if you can do a charisma saving throw as well.
I will.
I'll do one for. Okay, Atlas is fine. I'll do one for Deacon Aramis. That's a fail.
Ooh.
And we'll do one for Boric as well.
Boric the Weeping Child.
And that's a fail. So that's a fail. So of the NPCs, the only one to have succeeded is Queka, but they succeeded, and how?
Wow. Okey-dokey.
So there's the situation you've got. The zone of truth is up, and so anybody who failed that, you can't knowingly lie, and you're all aware that it's been cast. Yeah. So that's where things are. So at the moment we've got a bit of a standoff with Queka and Aramis both furious and both kind of suggesting that the other might be to blame for this.
This argument is between two NPCs.
Mm.
Can we all just be quiet?
Yeah. Sure. So Aramis.
Well, I'll kick it. I'll kick it off then. Well, let's hear that. Let's hear it then. State your cases, boys.
Aramis says, "These Aarakocra are not here to pay respects to Achak at all. They are here to repatriate her body against her own wishes and take her body back to the Neskluj archipelago as some kind of grotesque tourism stunt." Queka just scoffs. "Pah! That is outrageous. Never would the Aarakocra of the Neskluj archipelago stoop to something so low. We are here as ambassadors. Yes, we do wish to bring Ashak's body home, which I dispute is against her wishes. And yet, you seek to stand in the way of this, seeking to bury her at a place that she spent a mere few years of her life."
Is there a will? Because if there's a will, there's a way to solve this.
Now that's a good turn of phrase right there. That is clever.
Mikey,
I like that.
just for that, I'm going to give you a 1d4 inspiration on a roll of your choice at some point. I just like that so much that that's big. That's how we roll around here. We're gonna be dishing out the odd inspiration for stuff like that. Although Grig's not a fan. The two of them pause. Aramis says, "We had not gone through Achak's possessions. I had not located a will as yet. It's something that we intended to attend to after the service, frankly. I felt that it was better to lay her to rest and then consider what may become of such matters."
Well, when was the last time you seen the body?
The body has laid in this casket since 2 days after her death, almost a week and a half ago.
Are you sure she was dead?
Quite sure, Master Atlas, yes.
Okay.
Was there any transfer in the coffin? Or was it always here?
The casket has been laid in this abbey for 7 or 8 days, perhaps.
And who has been in the abbey in those days?
Well, myself and Boric, and I believe these two gentlemen, gesturing to the Aarakocra, I believe they came into the building and looked at it briefly, though I haven't had my eyes on them the whole time. One could. The building is not locked. We're quite remote. There's no need for security, or I thought not, at least. So there would be nothing to stop them having removed the body at any point over the last 2 days since their arrival.
My dear Aarakocra, was the body still there when you were in here?
We did not look inside the casket. It's been closed the entire time we were here.
Could Jeb approach the open coffin and investigate it? Just like have a kind of a look inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me
Okay.
Give me an investigation.
I will, which I have a +7 to.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
Ooh.
A chance to use my skills.
so that's an 18.
18
On an 8
points.
On an 18, it's difficult. The inside of the casket is not ornate. It's quite sort of modest. It's just wood, so there's no like marks or anything like that. On an 18, though, you do see a couple of unfamiliar hairs of a red hair, a couple of locks of red stringy hair that are laying inside the casket. Now, looking around the room to answer your next question, you note that Deacon Aramis is a member of the Big Beautiful Baldy Beardy Boys. That Boric has black hair, and that the two Aarakocra have feathers.
Right. All right, I'm gonna reach in. I'm gonna pluck it between my claws. I'm gonna take it up, hold it up, and say, "Preacher, I say, you know anybody with red hair?"
Preacher. Love that. Deacon Aramis studies it closely and is like, I know. There's been nobody here with red hair for I can't even many years that I can recall. Could it be from one of the horses? I can't think how that would be possible, though.
I mean, I don't know why a horse hair would be inside the casket, but I can say with some supposition that this did not belong to Achak.
Could I rise out of my seat at the back?
Well, it's about time,
I'm
if you ask
now-
me. Like, fucking hell, you're still sitting down after all this. Fucking yeah, you can get up.
Hey, I had a hard journey.
This whole
I
thing's
needed a
going
bit-
on, and Atlas is just like kicking back at the back, like, "Wow, this
I'm just,
this all seems a bit."
Yeah, I'm just throwing. I'm just throwing 3
Ingrid's
pointers
just
from the
eating
back.
popcorn.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I decide it's time for me to get up, and I walk down the aisle
Mm.
to join the rest of them. And I say, "You boy, Boric,
He
have you
is,
seen anything suspicious
he
recently?"
look. He's on his knees, still kind of sobbing, and he looks up and is like, "No, sir, nothing. I swear."
Could I touch him and cast Sanctuary?
Yeah. What does that do?
Yeah. I don't think it's not going to really do anything. But it's just going to make him feel a little bit better.
Aren't you sweet?
Yeah.
Yeah. He
Just no one can attack him.
He he wipes his eyes and sort of rises to his feet again and kind of no, I didn't see anything, sir. I promise.
You wouldn't lie to me, boy, would you?
He looks
I'm
around at the zone of
frustrated,
truth and goes, "I can't lie to you, sir."
Cameron just facepalms himself.
I give him a good pat. I give him a good pat on the shoulder, and I say, "Don't worry. I, as a paladin, will find out for you who has done this despicable thing."
Oh my god, what is going on with my music? I think we've hit an ad. Let's just kill that.
It's like, this is a very different vibe. What just
Yeah,
happened?
yeah, just a rave party's breaking out in the
The Zumba class that uses
Yeah.
the ball.
They just showed up and they're like, oh, we can't. Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Queka is just like this is all very pleasant, this love-in, but what is to be done? This deacon has interfered with the body to hide it from us, to prevent us from repatriating it. That much is clear.
I think what we have on our hands here is a clear whodunit. Lock the doors, Boric.
Boric kind of looks a bit startled and looks at Deacon Aramis, and Deacon is like, let's all perhaps just take a moment. We have found some kind of indication that the body clearly has been tampered with, but by whom? Does anyone know
So
what
that's
kind
funny
of...
here. We're gonna get to the bottom of it.
That wagon that is outside.
Mm.
Who owns that wagon?
Queka is like, that is our transport.
Well, surely, if you would like to clear your name, we should go look inside said wagon.
How dare
What color
you?
do horses draw that wagon?
Our horses are both
How
black.
dare? If you want to clear your name, that is the best way forward. Unless you have things you are ashamed of in there.
Yeah, we need it. We need to be,
Give me a
blanket
persuasion,
in the perimeter.
Atlas.
Perimeter.
Oh wait, no. Not great.
Queka is like, we have absolutely nothing to hide, but you will not be permitted to enter our chambers. The accommodation of Lifra and myself is a sacred place, and we will not allow this.
What is it? Inside of an egg? I can do what I please. You are no lawmaker in this place.
The deacon kind of steps forward again. He's like, I think we all need to calm down. Perhaps myself included. He turns to the Aarakocra and is like, I apologize for my hasty words. I was simply in shock. But we must find what has become of Achak. The body has been in this building since it was laid to rest over a week ago, as far as we know. But goodness knows when it may have been taken. At this, Boric speaks up and says, actually, sir, what is it, Boric? I saw Achak's body 2 nights ago. He starts to weep again and says, I know it was wrong of me, but I opened the casket to speak with her in a moment when I was feeling very alone. So I do know that she was here the night before last.
We got 48
Now,
hours.
Boric, son, you need to be a little more forthright. This kind of information.
I know.
All
So
right, what else can you tell us?
The body was at peace and at rest and it was undisturbed. I haven't, and then I closed the casket again, and as far as I knew, it's not been touched since then, though clearly it has.
Well, yeah, it would seem. What corridor of this here chapel was it held in?
It's been here on the stage. The only 2 entrances are the front doors, and he gestures towards the back of the room, and the side door, and he gestures to a door that is probably only 10 feet away or so on the side of on the side of the stage.
I want to go investigate around the side door to see if there's any, I don't know, any disturbances, any of more of these like little red hairs or fibers that I have.
Sure.
Try to do some snooping about.
Deacon Aramis walks with you and opens the door for you. Give me an investigation check.
Yeah, and I'll kind of look up at him. I'm imagining he's a little taller now. I'm gonna be like, "Thank you, preacher," and I'll do that again.
Are there any windows in the chapel?
24.
No windows. No, this is almost like a ground level room. But yeah, no windows, no natural light coming in at all. On a 24, you can actually see it visible on the map. Coming out from the side door are a mess of footprints and tracks, like wheel tracks. On a 24, because that's pretty handy. Give me a what would it be? Give me a nature check as well, please, Jeb.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll be happy to. It seems there's been some congregation and mischief background this way. Let's see here. Nature, you say?
I appear behind Jeb.
All right.
Could I also roll nature?
Are you proficient in it?
No, it doesn't matter.
On a 21.
I am proficient in it, but that will do.
On a 21, Jeb, you can easily identify that there are goblin tracks, the wheel tracks that are likely some kind of cart, and also deer tracks. The formation of them strongly implies that the cart is being pulled by a deer.
Oh dear.
I'm kind of stroking my chin whiskers. I'm gonna say, Mr. Atlas, you reckon them paw tracks look a bit like goblins on deer?
Looks like a
I
bit
know
of a
them
goblin to me
footfalls
too.
anywhere.
I think we've got a bit of hunting to do.
Yeah, I think we've had a bit of a heist take place.
Yeah. I wheel around, and I say to the deacon, "Do you have a goblin problem? Have you interacted with the goblins recently?"
Goblins? No problem with them. The goblins of Playdean are unpredictable, but generally peaceful. There is a community of them that lives, I believe, in the Dirador swamps west of here.
And when I said the word goblin, could I get a perception check? Would it be a perception check or an investigation check on not Lifra, Quecker, to see if he?
Be more like an insight check, I think. If you're trying to determine what his reaction to that is.
Ooh, and are they still within the zone of truth?
They are. But
Okay.
Quackers doesn't. The zone of truth doesn't work on Quackers.
Quecker had a big
but
old.
he would have
big
to
old
willfully be
success.
silent, right? Yeah.
Okay, I will. You know what? I'm going to use my 1d4.
Your inspiration, yeah.
Yeah. Because my insight not too high. Plus. Oh, not bad.
A 19. So, and sorry, just to clarify, you were looking to understand if the mention of goblins triggered anything in him, or what his reaction might be to that news. Is that right?
Yeah, I just want to look at his body language. Is he uncomfortable? Is he like, ooh, they might know? Or is there any sort of, has his face or body language given any kind of deception away?
0. No. He stands looking a bit bemused.
Bemused?
Angry, but sort of like a furrowed brow that implies he's not really sure what to make of it. This introduction of the concept of goblins seems like a confusing development.
Oh,
wow. He actually speaks up and says, "So this abbey is neighbours with some filthy goblins, is what you're telling me, and you never thought that would be a problem?"
No need to call them filthy.
Sometimes they have a bath.
It's in a big mud hole, but it's still a bath.
We don't go calling you a little bird.
He's outraged just by you even mentioning that. And Lifra, the larger of the two, steps forward and puts his hand on the hilt of his, what you surmise from the scabbard would be an incredibly big sword.
Okay. I move in between Tembo, my friend, and what's his name? Lifra.
Lifra.
And I say to him, let's cool it here, friend. It seems that we're all on the same side. Also, this is a house of worship. We'll take it outside if needed.
Deacon Aramis is like, yes, if you are going to fight, please do. If you could do it at the bottom of the hill, it would be optimal. Away from the buildings and everything.
I heard the deacon needs a new feather duster, which you'd make quite a nice one. But we don't need to say things like that because we are currently our friends.
I mean, that's the sort of comment that I think could be interpreted as quite inflammatory. I think.
Would you like me to do a intimidation check?
I think. Would you do an intimidation? No, but wait a minute, because this is against Lifra, who is definitely taller, broader, bulkier in every way than Atlas.
Excuse me, I am a very big half elf.
Yes.
I'm a paladin with a big sword.
How tall is Atlas?
He's like 6'1".
Yeah, this guy's like 7 foot tall. He's massive.
That's fine.
Strong of build and dumb of ass.
Mate, we stood up against a dragon.
Give me
Fury of the Small.
give me. I'm tempted to say an intimidation with disadvantage. Let's do that. Let's do an intimidation
stand up
check with disadvantage.
Can I
Martin?
cast? Can I
Oh, sorry.
cast thaumaturgy on the eye on Atlas, where his eyes flame?
Okay, if you're going to do that, we'll do a straight check, no disadvantage.
Okay.
All right. Martin, while this is happening and they're having this square off, can I do one more like a nature check on this hair, because I'm starting to suspect that it may be a deer hair.
Sure.
Like
yeah.
I'm trying to
Let's have
confirm in my
that,
mind like the narrative that I'm putting
That's
together.
fine. Let's have that intimidation check first.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, on a nat 20.
Damn.
Heck yeah.
He's clearly heard about me
alright.
and the dragon.
Lifra takes a step backwards and takes his hand off the hilt of his sword, and Queka looks up at him and sort of nods, like, "Yeah, okay, we can back down a little bit."
I then, as a gentleman paladin, I offer my hand to him and say, "Let's work together."
Lifra doesn't do anything. Queka kind of reaches in from the side to accept the handshake and sort of does it on his behalf. It's like, very well. We shall get to the bottom of this together. Now, Ingrid? What are you up to while all this is going on?
I think Ingrid has been just kind of on the outskirts of this, listening to the tea and trying to look menacingly if she needed to be in the background of her friends being menacing. Not friends yet, but you know.
And
acquaintances.
what do you think about everything that's been going on?
I mean, she's not really the investigative type, but she is curious about, you know, the angry priests, and I don't know, she's kind of just, her wheels are turning, just thinking,
Okay.
just trying.
Jeb, you wanted to give me a nature check on the hair.
I did, if you'll oblige. Let's give it a go here.
Oh, hey,
mercy me.
these guys are
Nice.
firing bullets. My
Killing it.
goodness, 3 20s already in this game. No, 4, including the one I
Yes,
did
sir.
for thingy. No, fuck, it's more than that, isn't it? There's 4 visible on screen right now. 4 of the last 5 rolls have been nat 20s. These dice are broken.
Nice.
Exclamation point, Rick. They're saying no way. You must have rigged something.
I didn't do shit.
I ain't rigged shit. I ain't fucking do this.
Goodness.
Keep me for swearing in a
dude.
place of worship. Pardon my friends.
On a 27. I think from your experiences and travels, Jeb, you actually recognise that this could well be goblin hair.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
The deacon
Well, I'll take
steps
this
forward
round.
and says,
yeah.
"Now, all we know is that if goblins have been here and removed the body of Achak, who knows what their intentions may be, we must send a party after them as soon as possible. Myself and Boric will remain here to maintain the abbey, of course. We cannot leave it totally unguarded after all." Queka immediately is like, "I am not leaving you here alone with this place. I still think there may be some foul play, and that this could all be a ruse on behalf of you, Deacon Aramis, to deal with the body in your own way behind our backs at this."
I think we should all go.
Sounds like we got a goblin camp to visit.
The deacon, Boric, Queka, and Lifra all sort of wheel round and turn and look at the 4 of you, and sort of like the Deacon Aramis is sort of, "Friends, it would mean the world to me if you could seek to find out what has become of Achak and recover her body, and bring it back to this place that we may decide together what is to be done.
At least give us Big Boy to come with us. And I gesture at Lifro.
Queka goes, out of the question. If Lifra goes, these two will kill me as soon as look at me.
I look at the small the boy who started weeping again, and the deacon, and I say, these two.
Yes, yes, of course.
Well, why don't we all go? What's stopping you from killing both of them?
We would never. And the deacon says, Boric and I cannot leave the abbey. We are here. We are sworn guardians. Without us here, the place is unguarded.
Well, the fucking goblins.
Well, it seems when you were here, it didn't really stop the goblins from coming to get it. I gotta
Right.
say.
I can only assume that the body was taken under cover of night while we slept. This is the first time we've had any trouble in the abbey for, it must be over 300 years.
Don't worry,
Then you
guys.
shouldn't
it's
be
fine.
concerned about having more trouble while you're not here, would you?
Yeah. They just protect during the daytime.
Jeb, give me. Okay, I'll tell you what. Because we've got loaded dice, I'm going to say, give me a persuasion.
Right.
But the DC is 30, i.e., only a crit success is going to do it.
I don't have no kind of bonus on this, so the only thing it can be is a 20. It's a 19. Yeah, dang.
Close.
Oh, he was close, mind you.
You know what? We may need to refresh D-Dice because this is getting ridiculous.
The deacon steps forward and says, takes Jeb's hand and says, "My dear Jeb, I hope you understand that, of course, we would come with you. But this is our home and our livelihood and everything. Please, I beg of you, on behalf of the Abbey and in the name of our mutual friend, Achak, if you and the other assembled mourners, please recover the body for us. We will remain here and try to come to some kind of accord with the other guests from up north."
They've got individual lodgings, I'm assuming, on the property.
Aramis and Boric.
Well, like everyone.
The
Arakor.
The Arakok are in the wagon.
So they have. Okay.
Okay.
And Aramis and Boric reside in the larger of the two straw-roofed looking huts. Are they straw-roofed? Whatever those are.
Thatched. Yeah, it looks like.
They look a bit like they might be thatched, yeah. Yeah, I'll look back at Aramis and I'll say, "Sir, we will do our very best to recover the body."
We can lend you
Our
horses
sainted
in return.
paycheck.
That,
That'd be mighty hospitable of you, thank you.
as mounts.
And
that
I
you may-
understand your situation. But if I may say, and I'm going to turn and kind of address everybody, it's like I think we can all agree that the best way to attract flies is going to be with honey, not vinegar. And we don't necessarily need any more confrontations or another funeral to happen today. So if we could work together, I think that'd be the most agreeable thing. Do we all have a consensus? I'm like
Yes.
the smallest person in this room.
And
Okay,
yet,
we
perhaps
basically-
the wisest.
Dutifully, like, put my hat on my head and be like, well, let's get to
Ordwell
it then.
Jebediah Bilius Persephone Prim. He is a man of honor. And I shall stand with him.
Tembo, you follow the god of peace. So your thoughts?
I think Jeb makes an excellent point.
Thank you,
We
big
need
fella.
to all stay quiet, or else.
Aramis turns to Boric and says, "Boric, bring." Well, actually, let me ask you this quickly. I asked Atlas on the way in. He's got a white horse of his own. Ingrid, Jeb, and Tembo, would you have arrived on foot or with a mount?
Jeb would have hiked up with foot. He carries a quarterstaff, so he would have just fully
Nice.
just walked the whole way on his own.
Yeah, I feel like
I-
Ingrid would have probably hiked.
I would have walked.
Okay.
Do we need horses?
Well,
How far away is this? Camp.
Picture Timbo on a horse.
to walk,
That would be sad.
it would be perhaps a day and a half's walk, but you could go much quicker on horses.
If you have a horse that could carry me,
He
Like
looks
Radon
at
in Elden
the
Ring.
he looks at the carriage of Tembo and says, "Yes, Boric, fetch Gertie." And so everyone, I assume we've sort of all migrated outside now to the footprints and tracks. Boric heads off behind the church and returns.
Just
Yes, go
before
ahead.
everyone leaves.
Yeah.
Because I've been quite vague of everything. As everyone is leaving, could I just pull the deacon aside and just say, did you send out the invitations to this funeral?
And the deacon says, "Yes, of course. I sent the messenger falcons."
Hmm. Why did you invite me?
Because you were on the list that Achak herself gave to me before she died.
Okay.
Is that of concern to you?
I don't know, Achak.
You
I've never met her.
never met, but inside you said that you've never met Achak?
No. But I was invited.
You are
Curious.
Atlas Oak River, yes?
Yeah. In the flesh.
Well, whatever the reason, you are here.
Mm.
And if my years in this land have taught me anything, it's that little is a coincidence. I will meditate on this while you are away. He looks very confused. Boric returns with with a smaller horse for Jeb, a smaller horse for Ingrid, and a mighty Shire horse that he leads towards Tembo and says, "This is Gertie. She should be able to bear you safely."
I imagine me standing at 7.5 feet tall. I can look this horse straight in the
Right
eyes.
in the eye. Right in the eyes.
Ooh, you're a big boy.
And Boric sort of chimes in, it's a girl, so actually.
Ooh, a big girl.
I whistle and my horse arrives.
Nice.
As you go to mount up, everybody give me an animal handling check.
All right.
It's my own horse.
Yeah, okay, Atlas, you can do yours with advantage.
Not great.
Straight to 20.
Oh.
I feel like I have to say it, but
Another
I
nat
will.
20.
I will like grab. I'll grab my horse's face and be like, "You're all right, girl."
Okay, nice. Absolutely, very good. So, in order then, Jeb, you sort of reach up onto your... it's kind of like a big pony, really, and with some effort, haul yourself up into the saddle. Ingrid, you... oh, sorry, who was next? Tembo. Tembo, you climb up onto Gertie, and she lets out a as you climb on, and she sort of like stomps around a bit in a bit of a huff, before eventually sort of getting to it and being all right. Ingrid, it takes you 2 attempts. You kind of climb on the first time and just immediately fall off the other side. onto the ground. I'm guessing that Ingrid, not a particularly experienced horsewoman.
Nah, she's the horse is taller than she's used to, you know.
Yes, yeah, it's just
That's it.
had to recalibrate, triangulate. She climbs up onto the horse on the second attempt. Atlas takes a running start and just in like a Legolas-esque kind of swing up onto the horse, and the horse gives a mighty rear up and a real and looks just really. If you saw it like silhouetted against the sun, it would look good. You know,
Well, that's just plumb majestic.
Aramis goes,
hunting we go, friends.
Aramis goes, please be fast. Goodness knows how long they've been on the road and how far they've gone. May Havanos bear you safely and bring our cleric back to us as soon as possible.
Bring her back, preacher. You have my word.
You set out on the West Road. Let me pull you back to the Pleiadian map. You can actually see here the North Road Abbey, just up from the centre of the map, and just west of that the Dirador Swamps, which, as the Deacon indicated, would be about a day and a half on foot. The rain is still coming down. It's still the ground is sodden, and that does slow you down a little as the four of you ride west. But as you after riding for perhaps 3 hours, you begin to see off in the distance there is something. Some figures walking up ahead.
Y'all keep your wits on you now. There's someone up there.
Ingrid, what's your mindset here? Is it go in and kill first, ask questions later, or what we saying?
I mean, she's not gonna immediately like charge him or anything. She's just gonna kind of be sus.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of have her hand on her great axe.
As
ready to fight if she needs to.
Minutes later, you are gaining on them quickly, and the terrain now has begun to change. And where it was grassland, it's become more sodden. The occasion. Marshy is what it is. Flies buzz around. There is a bit of a smell of not terribly pleasant kind of standing water all about you as you and the water level now begins to come up to sort of the ankles of the horses. There is something of a trail still, but it's just really marshy and wet, and you can see that there's more trees in this area as well, and off in the middle distance is a bit of a small forest, which appears to be where this group are heading. As you get close, clearly up ahead, the group hears you coming. And as you near them, those of you with good eyesight make out what is indeed a cart being pulled by a deer. And walking alongside it are 4 goblins, who now turn and bring the cart to a halt. In the back of the cart, you can see some kind of cargo in the back of this cart that is covered by a sheet. It looks sort of, person-sized. And the goblins whip round to face you and draw their weapons.
I draw my weapon.
As you approach.
No need. We're just walking around, walking along.
So I speak Goblinish.
Do you? That might come in
I
handy.
do.
I
do.
So you approach and the trees around you. You can see some stakes sticking out of the ground. A couple of them have got heads impaled on them. It's quite an intimidating scene, really. And you're now in the sort of afternoon, and the air in front of you is sort of hazy and almost looks green. And these 4 goblins turn to face you and draw their swords.
I sort of whisper to the group. I say, "Let me try something." As we're heading up to them, and as we get into voice distance, I shout out in Goblin, "Afternoon. Where are you headed today, my friends?"
Mikey, can I request that you do your best impression of like what that sounds like in Goblin?
I don't know, Philip. Actually, do you want me to just?
Okay. In my mind, all Goblin language just sounds like blah, blah, blah. It's just like a bunch of Tasmanian devil sounds. Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. The largest of the 4, who is looks like an older goblin, but one thing that you notice about him is that he does have some scraggly red hair atop his head. He steps forward with his sword still drawn and kind of squints as you come closer because he wasn't expecting to hear you speak Goblin. And he goes, "Mind your own business. And your accent is atrocious, by the way."
Wow.
You see that feller there just barked at us. I take account of pigmentation of his follicles. That matches what I found inside that casket.
Jeb, I think you are right. I say to him, "Well, no need for that. Where you got in the cart?"
Didn't you hear me?
The word for cart for goblin.
Didn't you hear me? I said mind your own fucking business. Fuck off.
Maybe I should fuck off with your head.
Give me intimidation.
Ingrid's grip on her great axe gets tighter. She's like, "It's happening."
Yeah, Jeb has reached into a satchel that he keeps on his side, and you hear the clinking of like glass as he's fumbling for a little potion to toss.
18. At this expression of rage from Atlas, the goblin kind of is a bit overwhelmed, and he takes a couple of steps backwards and goes, all right." He holds his hands up. His sword's still in one, but he's got his hands in the air and kind of, "All right. We got off on the wrong foot. We're just transporting some fruit and vegetables back home."
He's still speaking like goblin language.
Well, I definitely shouted at him in common tongue to alert the rest of everyone about, I'm assuming he has switched to common tongue?
He responds back in common, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wants everybody to hear his new attitude.
Fair enough.
Does anyone else want to... Or should I continue? I said, can I just inspect these wares?
No.
I don't want to take any. We have just been set on a task, though. Where did you receive these fruit and vegetables from?
We bought them from the market.
You haven't been to the Abbey, have you?
The what?
the Abbey. It's that thing over there. Looks a bit like a church. Stone building.
Doesn't ring a
Old
bell.
Elf man.
Doesn't ring a bell, no.
Well, can you please
Friend,
lift
we
your
got
sheet?
reason to, if I
Because
may, friend, we got reason to believe that you are not being entirely honest with us, and your defensive posture is providing us some suspicion. I'd reckon it'd be in your best interest and favor to be a little more forthright.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna gesture at Ingrid and say, "She's pretty good swinging that thing. She probably keen on doing it too."
And have you seen the
Mhm.
fucking elephant?
And look at this guy. Hot damn! He barely
The,
fit on this horse.
The goblin pipes up and says, "Do you know something? That's not an elephant. That's a loxodon. Why don't you have a bit of respect for the people you're travelling with?"
Oh, so you are smart. Okay. Then you probably can tell us exactly where you done come from as well.
What, you think
Seems
because
like
I'm a
you might
goblin?
also know what an abbey is, friend.
Because you think I'm a goblin, you think I'm stupid, is that it?
Hey, you know, folks don't reckon I'm too smart too, but as I say, just because I talk slow don't mean I'm slow. So I think you could probably be a little more quick. Prove your case.
He
Right
turns
now.
to Ingrid and goes, "You're a dwarf. Are you from Iron Glen?"
Am I familiar? Hold on. Yeah.
Seems we
Yes.
got us a world traveler here, friends.
He goes, "Well,"
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
he goes, "Well, I'd have thought you'd know better than to travel with these sorts. The people of Iron Glen I always knew as quite a proud folk, but clearly their standards have slipped over the years."
I'll have
What
you
do
know.
you mean which standards are slipped?
Yeah. Tell him,
Yeah.
Tembo.
You got this loudmouth elf, this,
Ah, Bell.
yeah, the bad
Have some
half.
respect
Right.
for
Have
the
some respect.
have some respect for the people you come across.
Jesus.
Now listen, you rode up on us. We're just transporting our wares home, and you've
You
interrupted
were
us. Why don't
grabbing
you
your
go about your
swords.
business?
You were grabbing your swords while we were just passing.
You were riding up behind us. You was following us.
We
We're
were
going the
traveling on the
same
same
route.
route.
Do you see any more roads around this swamp? You really are thick-headed.
He bristles at this and goes, turns to another goblin and goes, "Garb, let's go. Fuck off." And they all start to climb onto the cart and sort of make as if to instruct their deer to pull away.
Quick question. Do you know what an Aarakocra is?
Aarakocra?
We are missing one.
No, don't. What's an Aarakocra? Not heard of that. No.
You know?
Can I do a
like-
perception if he's lying?
Be an
They
insight.
said they were smart.
Or an insight, excuse me? Yes, okay. Thank you.
An obvious
18.
lie, and not a convincing one.
Yeah.
You're sure? Does it has feathers instead of hair? You know, your moose has nice red hair.
The goblin spokesperson surveys the scene. This deer pulling a cart and 4 goblins and fruits and vegetables is not going to outpace 4 of you on horses. He sighs and just like drops his head. It's like, all right, listen. Yeah. Under this sheet is the body of Achak Dagel.
Oh.
You caught us.
Come, boys.
Wait.
Why did you steal him? He's dead.
Huh.
Just why?
Because the Dirador Swamps is where Achak would want to be buried.
How do you know?
How do you reckon?
Here we go again.
I
Just
can't
explain
speak.
how
I
do
can't
you-
say more than that. But if you are friends of Achak, which I assume you are, then you would do well to let us continue on our way and lay her to rest where she should be laid to rest.
Who among y'all would know what reason you'd have to take her body and have it interred in your lands? We'd like to speak to that official.
I know the reason. I don't
Well?
wish to share it.
Well, unless you plan on getting this body another step down this here road, I think you need to be a little, as I've tried to insinuate to you, friend, you need to be a little more forthcoming with the information.
Give me
If
a
you'd like to remain
persuasion.
as tall as you are, because you may end up a little head shorter.
Oh, give me intimidation, Jeb.
All right, I'd love to. Thank you. These guys are jerking our chains, and I'm not having it.
That's right.
I ain't keen on this kind of mess. It's only a 14, and I ain't too big, but we'll see.
Can I help by like intimidatingly standing behind him and just glaring at him, at the goblins?
Yes.
Yeah, the head.
What will we have that do to proceedings? Phil, you can have an extra 1d4 on top of your 14.
Oh, outstanding. All right.
Ooh.
Roll this real quick, like. That's +1. Ain't
You've
much, but
you've not
still.
made the most of it, have you?
Right.
No, not really. That's called the bare minimum.
Look, once
I'm
again,
not that much taller than you, so like it's not really that much more intimidating.
the
Actually, it's
goblin,
about big as I am, though. So
the goblin looks at at Jeb, who I guess is probably about the same height as me. Pretty comparable height.
yeah, about right
Um,
about.
He might be a bit bigger even, and then looks up behind at at Ingrid, who's I guess probably about the same height as well.
Just
I
a
suppose.
little
Yeah.
bit taller.
Yeah,
um,
about.
But crucially gripping a massive axe. He sighs and says, "Right. My name is Clark, and I'm one of the leaders of Wet Bark in the Dirador Swamps.
Lord, it's nice to make your acquaintance. I'm Caldwell Jebediah Bilius Persephone Prim, but you can call me Jeb.
He looks confused at this interruption, and goes, "Yeah, well, as I was saying, Achak, I know, would want to be laid to rest in Wet Bark, because she would want to be laid to rest alongside her husband and her son." And on that bombshell, let's take
that
a few minutes
Ooh.
break, and we'll I'm gonna put us on a BRB on stream. I will dip out of the voice chat. Leave yourselves in there because you won't be audible on stream, and then I will return to you in a few moments. Get yourself a water, go and have a wee, do whatever you need to do, and I'll see you back here in a little while. Don't go anywhere, folks, and we'll
Splendid.
find out what's going down. Me and Larry would be one promise. Guys, this is the serious moment. There would be one promise that I wouldn't be able to keep. Great timing. But I did eat after all. Oh, I see it now, Pi. I see it now. Oh. Yeah. Do you want me to do that as well, Pi? Because you wanted me to do the frowny face. Do you want me to? Do you want me to? Do you want me to? Let's give this a try. Ready? Don't leave me alone like this. Won't you say it's the final kiss? Won't you stay another day? Whee!
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
This is
it's
the real
so-
stuff.
Yeah,
Oh.
this is where Fogs shines. Oh god!
We don't need to know walls, goddammit. We just break the physics of this broken ass game.
Oh god! Golly.
Good times. Hello, Shammy. Highly enjoyable listening. Laugh so hard my tummy's hurt. Okay, good. What's been your favourite funny moment? Hope you're all enjoying the adventure so far, folks. Got the bombshell just dropped that Achak, apparently, according to this goblin, Clork, had a husband and son who are already laid to rest in Wetbark. Mainly Phil's name. Yeah. Not his character name, mind you, but his name. Pyro, good to see you as well. Ricky, hello. Anyone else who's come in while the game's been going on, welcome. Apologies that I can't keep up with chat while we're also playing. But I hope you have all been joining. You saying to not interrupt? It's good. Awesome. Hope you're all feeling well and hydrated. Let's get back into the tabletop and see how everybody's getting on. And say hello to our players. Mikey's away at the moment. That's fine. We'll give him a moment. Hey, players. Hey, Lissy, Phil, and Yarrow. How are we doing?
Hello. Back.
Great.
I agree with Greg. The reveal of the Atlas was just sitting in the back where he was like, yeah, I got a question.
Amazing scenes. Just heckling, basically.
Can I get up? Yeah, I should think so, mate. Yeah. Good.
So good.
I'm gonna change up the music as well for this scene. Where is Kenku? It's clippy, isn't it? The music. It's sort of clipping in and out a little bit. Is that for you as well, or is it just for me?
I think it is for me, but I could be
It's
wrong.
not like terrible, but just sort
Yeah.
of like on the odd
I've
occasion, it
noticed.
kind of clips in and out a little bit. So I need to see if I can find a way to get that to be a little smoother.
I haven't noticed it too much, but I also have had it fairly low through the whole game.
Yeah. I don't. It's not enough to ruin the experience. I think this is. I'm really glad that I can do this though. That I wish I'd been able to do this on the last one shot. The being able to have the players hear the music at the same time. I think it's nice to sort of have everybody having the same experience. You know, I'm always was a bit conscious after the last one that it's like, well, the viewers get the music and that mood, but the players can't really hear it. You know.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. Good implementation.
I am stealing it though for my DMing.
Yeah, no worries. Like it's a little bit
same.
it's a bit fiddly to set up, but I can send you the thing. And well, I mean, you'll be able to do it. It's if you go to Kenku FM, it's got pretty good instructions that I followed, so no doubt you're capable of doing the same. But it is a bit fiddly because you've got to create a bot for your Discord, which isn't too difficult to do, but it's just a bit finicky. That's all. But yeah, Phil, you having good fun with Jeb over there?
I am having a great time. It's the silliest thing, but I do enjoy getting to just wield this impression like a hammer. Just bash it against the campaign. It's a lot of fun.
Greg says, I Pavlov dogged some players in the COC campaign by always using the same tension track, and they always knew something was up. That's a good idea. Prepare
I
for
like
trouble,
that,
make
Greg.
it
That's
trouble.
smart. That's very smart. Taking
That's
notes.
good.
We always had the same combat music in one of our campaigns, and it was whenever we start, we're like, "Oh God, we're fighting! Oh no!"
You could do some really good fake outs using music in that way. That's something I haven't really
Right.
thought about before.
Yeah. Set an expectation for players and then destroy it.
Yeah.
You know, like
Like you said, just immediately everyone's just like, shit, what's happening?
Right.
it's
I'm
brilliant.
only
It's nothing. It's just something on the radio. It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine. It's just like
I'm
a
only
cat on the
5
windowsill
seconds.
that scared you. That's all it is.
Right.
I'm only 5 sessions in on my my DMing, and players are already reacting to the music.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Just
good, that's
putting
good.
on mysterious music and they go, something is going on.
It kind of reminds me of the people in the UK will be aware of the TV show The Antiques Roadshow, and growing up as a kid, the Antiques Roadshow theme tune, which is this very florid classical piece, it's like dun 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 dun. You got it. And then it became like an alarm to me because it was like 8 p.m. on a Sunday that it would be on, and I'd be like, oh fuck, I haven't done my homework, like I've got homework due tomorrow morning. So, and even to this day when I hear it, I just like briefly will feel a bit on edge when I hear it now. So
Yeah, it is currently on right now. When I went
Wow.
downstairs, my parents were watching it.
right, let's bin this off, guys. Let's go watch some Antiques Roadshow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, let's
When I
hop
was a
back
kid
into
getting
it.
ready for school, I would put the TV on in the morning while I was getting around, and for me, the alarm to know like I need to be ready so I can actually like enjoy this before I have to go catch the bus was the theme song to the Pokemon cartoon. So I would hear,
Yes.
"I want to
Right,
be
right.
the very best," and it was like, "I better be
Yes.
dressed so I can go watch Pokemon."
There
I
you
remember
go.
watching Pokemon in the morning. Yep.
Hell yeah!
I love that. Right, let's get this show on the road. We've just met Clork and his 3 goblin companions, one of whose name is Garb, and they Clork has just dropped the bombshell then that so he says that Achak had a husband and a son who are both buried in the village of Wetbark in the Dirador swamps. So let's pick up from where we were. That's what he just told you. That's why Clork believes Achak would want to be buried in the Dirador swamps.
Now,
DM question.
Go.
Did in our invitation to the funeral or any sort of communication beforehand, did we figure out how Achak died?
It sounds like it was of
Or do
old
we not
age.
Oh, okay.
Deacon Aramis did mention briefly in the eulogy that she actually surpassed the usual lifespan for Aarakocra, which is normally about 30. And she died at the age of 39, so she quite considerably.
Okay.
Sorry, we're just getting an ad on the thing. That she quite considerably surpassed the normal lifespan of her people. So yeah,
Gotcha.
that's that. It sounds like it was natural causes.
Gotcha. Okay.
now, I'm talking to Goblin man. When you
Clork.
say Clork,
Hmm.
so Garb, who's Garb?
Garb is one of the other goblins that's there.
Okay, Garb is just another Goblin. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'll just for my notes. When you say husband, do you mean Goblin husband?
I didn't say that, no. He was an Aarakocra, like her.
Okay.
When did they die? How long they been here?
He goes,
Good news to me.
he goes, well, yeah, I don't suppose she would have necessarily spoken of them to anybody, and her husband, Felik, died many years ago, and her son, Gaia, about 6 years ago.
Well, let's go to the village then. Wetbark, you say?
Yes. Why do
What
you
were
want to
they
come
doing
there?
in Wetbark?
So we can confirm all this. We're going to have a summit,
All right.
a 3-way.
Well, You
No,
could,
not in that sense.
you
but,
could buy me a drink first, sir. You know,
Yeah.
we have only just met and didn't get off on the best footing.
No, that is true.
He goes, all right. If that's what it takes, follow on.
You understand, Clork? We're just trying to rule out any kind of foul play.
Is that
I
an
look at
cockroach? Go ahead.
I just look at Jeb.
Never mind.
and,
Never mind.
I find it very funny.
Clark looks and goes, is that an Aarakocra joke? Because if you don't mind me saying, it's a fucking lousy one if it is. Which is weird, because that's exactly what Quecker said earlier.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, we'll move ahead to Wetbark. They lead the way. As you enter the forest, the air feels humid and close. The smell of the standing water gets worse. It doesn't seem to bother Clark and the goblins at all. Their deer and pulls the cart, which you surmise does in fact he told you, didn't he? Does have Achak's body underneath, and you come to this community of huts built into trees and just set up on marshland with wooden bridges that link them all together. And at the far side of the town, as Clark leads you through Wetbark, obviously the town appears to be populated entirely by goblins, so there's no blending of different races in this place. The other goblins look at you with suspicion and, in the case of Loxodon, in the case of Tembo, excuse me, with a degree of fear at his mighty frame, especially riding Gertie as he is.
As we pass all these goblins, I'm just like, hello, afternoon. Nice to see you in Goblin.
Howdy. How y'all doing?
A little goblin child sort of leaps forward and goes, hello, hi, and their mum immediately grabs them and pulls them back and sort of ushers them inside.
Okay, bye.
At the far end of the village, and I think at this point you probably dismounted and continued on foot because it would be quite precarious for the horses at this stage. Clark, you arrive at what appears to be just like a rock wall with a load of vines sort of covering it. But Clark looks at you and says, you didn't believe me, did you? And he grabs the vines and pulls them to the side like a curtain. And inside this, there's just like a kind of opening in the rock that's set back maybe 10 feet. Only really comfortable for people at or around goblin height. So Ingrid and Jeb, you could certainly walk into this space, but Tembo and Atlas, I think you probably have to back up a few paces and sort of look down underneath to see what's in there. And what you find is 2 headstones carved from wood with the marking with like a feather emblem carved into them, and the names Felic and Gaia, each engraved on these headstones. In front of them, a couple of small mounds with some. It's been tended to quite well. There's a couple of weeds perhaps growing in the area, but you can tell that these are taken care of quite nicely.
So, why did they live here?
Yeah, that's my question. What was a pair of Aarakocra doing living in this here swamp?
And why was they a secret family?
Yeah, the secrets are weird.
And how'd they die?
Mm-hmm.
Clark says, Well, it was many years ago. And we were under attack from a group of human raiders.
Sounds about right. Bastards.
And from nowhere, this figure appeared, Achak, and she was always such a supporter of the underdogs. She always tried to help those in need. And she found us and saved us and helped us to drive back the raiders. And in their number, they had a prisoner who was one of her kin. And in exchange for her kindness, we brought him, Felik, into Wetbark and did our best to try and nurse him back to health. And in the end, he succumbed to his wounds and he died, but not for... I think it was nearly 2 years after he first came here. In that time, Achak remained, tending to him, and they were wed while he was in recovery and were bonded together. And he says they produced a son, Gaia, who never left this place and lived his entire life here in Wetbark with us. When both of them died, Achak went abroad again and continued her travels. But I guess she just never spoke of it to anyone.
Gaia must have died quite young.
He lived for a reasonable amount of time, but of course they were very young when they had him. Aarakocra reached maturity at age 3. So he was only about 6 years younger than her. And she lived a long life by Aarakocra standards.
She never ceases to amaze, does she?
But now surely you can see that this is where she belongs and should be laid.
Yeah. I'm going to wipe a tear from Jeb's going to wipe a tear from his eye, and he's going to step forward. He's going to tell Mr. Clort, he said, that's a mighty, mighty brave, noble thing you did for her and her family. But you got to understand, you can't go taking bodies from churches. Like, it ain't the right thing to do.
We talked about it.
You've upset quite a few people.
And we knew we would.
But
we also
I agree with you now. And I agree with you now because I've been in a very similar situation in my kin. But we didn't come to steal her corpse from the church. I agree she needs to be with her family, and that's a beautiful, noble thing, but I don't think this is quite the way to do it. And you're calling down some hostilities on your own people once again.
If we had walked into the Abbey and stated our case against that deacon who thinks he has a claim on her life because she spent a few years of her life there, I don't deny it was an important place to her, but so was here. Not to mention her own people, who want to take her home for goodness knows what reason. A place that she left when she was young and never returned to and never cared for.
No, that's a fair perspective, and I agree with that. We've seen that tussle starting before we even left. Before they even saw whether or not her body was still there. But if I may say, and this is just for me now, but Her body's going to be in the ground somewhere. Her memory and spirit will live in stories and songs. And you take that with you wherever you go.
He looks thoughtfully at this statement. And then goes, well, let me ask you. Is it your intention to take Atchak's body and return to the Abbey and see it buried there?
I don't know if I've thought quite that far ahead.
He turns to Ingrid
But
and goes, what about you?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this, really.
He turns to Tembo and goes, what about... Sorry, Ingrid, go ahead.
We were talking at the Abbey that no one had known what Atchak wanted after she passed. Like, she didn't have a will that we knew of? Do you guys know of anything?
I think the guy said he would only read into the will after burial.
Oh,
which
I thought
is
he
a
said he
bit
didn't know.
suspicious.
Yeah.
I agree. He also said that the notes sent out were her wishes for who should
Right.
be in attendance. So that tells me there's a little bit of double speak. There's some dishonesty happening here somewhere.
Even
Yeah.
within the circle of truth.
Claude looks and says, well, maybe, but I don't think the cleric knew of our existence, so he wouldn't have invited us. And it could simply be the case that he felt he was doing the right thing. He probably didn't anticipate that there was somewhere else they might be buried.
Yeah, it seemed he himself may not have known that she had a family, but I suppose that he may have. I reckon we got some questions for them when we get back.
I ask you this. You can see the reverence that this family is held in Wet Park. It is only right that Atchak be laid to rest with her kin here, amongst her friends, whose lives she touched so deeply. Would you go and tell the deacon and anyone else that this is where she belongs? And we will hold the body, and will not... I give you my word that we will not proceed until we are cleared to do so, until you have found an arrangement.
I don't see why we need to even tell them where she is. For now.
Fair point.
That's the point.
I tend to concur.
I am
They
happy.
don't know that you exist.
Well, if you will keep our secrets, all the better.
Yeah,
You've convinced me, and that's not an easy feat.
Well, I must say, when I first saw you riding up behind us, I feared the worst. Feared for my life, actually. But I guess first impressions can be incorrect, can't they, Mr. Elf? Excuse me, half-elf.
Yes. Maybe.
So you'll return to the Abbey, then?
Maybe after some lunch.
It'd be a good idea.
I sort of look around, and then I go, maybe not.
He looks and says, yeah, I mean, we've got a big cauldron of stew always on the go, but it's made from the water here. Most non-goblins don't have the stomach for it.
They always say never to drink the water whilst abroad, so...
They do say that. They do say that.
you know where I'm from, they call this kind of swampy bayou mud gumbo. I don't reckon I want a cup of this. No, thank you. But if you like it, more power to you. Hey, more for you. Am I right, brother?
When there was
So-
no crawdad, we ate dirt.
Returning to the Abbey?
I reckon.
Is there
Yeah,
anything
I vote
else?
for Return to the Abbey.
Anything else anyone wants to speak to Clark about first, or explore more in Wetbark?
You said there are other leaders.
Hold on a second. Why is this thing? Oh, it's so annoying.
That was a great time.
I'm going to go back to this one because this one doesn't have as many ads. Sorry, carry on. Sorry, Mikey, go ahead.
To be honest, actually, I'm thinking we know where you are. They are, so we can always come back and kill them later. So yeah, I'm happy
Nice.
to leave.
Yeah.
True.
It's like
You're not
wrong.
Anybody else have anything they would like to do first?
I think as we're getting ready to mount up and kind of like make our way back, I would turn to Clark and say, "You know, we're a bit kindred, you and me." I said, "My folks were under peril and control not from humans, mind, but from bugbears. And if it wasn't for Achat, who knows? We'd still probably be kind of enslaved and working for them without the freedom of solitude that we cherish.
He nods.
You know, we got off on the wrong foot coming out of this, and I owe you a debt of apology for that. But I think that it does Achak's memory right, and I think you would agree, sir, that we do what's best for her and her family."
Then you know. You can see he starts to well up, and he launches himself at Jeb and just grabs him in a huge hug.
Aw.
He's like, "She was so good. So good.
She was.
There'll
She
never
was
be another one
good.
like her."
No, you're right.
Right. In the interest of time, let's get you guys back to the Abbey. It is now the early evening as you return, and as you arrive at the Abbey, you see Deacon Aramis and Boric stood in conversation. The Aarakocra are not visible to you at this time.
Oh, okay. Ah, you're
She
still
too.
alive then.
Yes, for now, although there have been several heated discussions. They tend to come out of the wagon, shout at us, and then go back inside. How have you got on? Were you able to locate Atchak's body? You obviously don't have her with you.
Well, maybe.
Maybe? What does that mean?
Could mean many things. I think it's time we all have a talk.
Yeah,
Very
I think
well.
that's a good start.
What about what?
We'd need to come to Havarlos meeting here.
Maybe it's best done over a brew of tea.
Very well.
Oric,
That's good.
get
Yes,
a brew
sir.
on, my son.
Of course, sir. Right away, sir. Why don't you all
And,
sit in the waiting room from earlier? He
Yeah.
leads you back into the church, into the room where you began this your day. Deacon Aramis sits in the room with you. There's enough chairs to go around, and Boric heads off to busy
Have
himself.
the Arakocra been brought in yet?
Aarakocra is still in their wagon.
Arakocra.
Yeah, we should
Um,
go get them.
Can
Somebody
I,
should.
whilst they're all going in, I'm going to go and knock on their wagon, and I'll say, "The early bird catches the worm."
Quaker pops out and goes, "That isn't funny. What do you want?"
I said, "Come for a cup of tea with us. We have much to discuss."
Very well. On the condition that you desist with the interminable bird puns.
I'll
Come-
stop parroting
come,
on
Lithra.
now.
Ah! He's mad. He's like, "Come, Lifra." And leads you there. Follows you there. Sorry.
Atlas, I think you've beaked with that last one. I don't know if you could do any better than that.
No. We're not having that. So the council is there. Boric is off making tea for everybody, but the Deacon Aramis is with you, as well as Queka and Lifra. Well, what is this regarding?
Well, it's regarding Achek. We have found a better place to where her body can rest and her soul can join Havranos.
Queka and Aramis both look absolutely baffled at this. What do you mean, a better place?
A place
Were
where
you
her
aware?
heart,
Oh, please go ahead, Timbo. Sorry.
a place where her heart was more into it than either this place or the place where she comes from brings.
Queka is like tapping his foot impatiently the whole time and is like, "Speak plainly. What are you getting at? Where on earth are you planning? What do you mean?"
Were any of you aware? Were any of you aware that Achek had a family?
A family? Achak had no family. Her family are all back in Nestclutch.
No, I can understand how you might have supposed that, but come to our attention that she had a husband and child.
And from whom, says Aramis, did you come by this information?
I'm gonna look at Atlas.
A friend of Achak, who we deem to be a truthful and honest preacher. And they took us to the graves of her family.
Her family,
So as we did.
who are buried where?
That is for us to know. Because we've given
we
our
wish no
word.
hostilities to come upon these peoples. We understand there's some conflicting interests here and suggestions and thoughts about where exactly Miss Achek should be made her final rest. I
Queka
don't think that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Queka speaks up and says, "It is not for you to determine this. You were sent to recover her body and bring it back so that we could decide if she would be interred here or returned to Nestclutch with her kin. And you have decided on something altogether different based on the word of whom?"
If those were the only two options, would you have agreed on any of it?
That is not the point.
That
Why
is
do
the
you
point.
get to decide?
Because we are
He
her
makes a fine
people, of course. Achak
And
Day
these are
Gale
the
was...
people who know her family.
The deacon is sitting thoughtfully. And says, "Her family, you say? But we were not aware of them."
It seems none of us were.
Yeah. Seemed like she's quite secretive, maybe to protect them, maybe because they weren't part of her profession. But we have strong authority that it's the truth.
He turns to Tembo and says, "You are a cleric, are you not?"
Yes.
And
Yes, I am.
which god do you advocate on behalf of?
The Dove God of Peace. Janaros.
Oh, Janaros. Will you swear that her family is real and buried there?
Yeah. It's true, we saw the graves. They talked kindly about Achek, as was part of the eulogy.
And it is your contention that her body should be laid to rest there.
It is where I find her body would find the most peace after her long life, where she will be reunited with her son and her husband.
Boric enters carrying a tray of beverages and begins to hand them around while this conversation's going on. And as this discussion happens, he begins to understand what's being discussed. And the deacon looks up at Boric and says, "Well, Boric, it sounds as though Achak had many mysteries and secrets beyond our knowledge. What do you think?" "Well, of course, I always assumed she would remain here with us, but obviously her life has touched many others, and if this is the best thing, would it be possible, do you think..." I shouldn't ask. Forget it. Don't worry.
No, Boric. You want
Well,
a memento.
I wondered if you might, before she is buried, perhaps you could bring back a single feather from each of her wings, that we might celebrate her in that way.
I don't think that's a big ask. I reckon that'd be a beautiful memento.
Queka, do you have a similar request?
I do. I request that you return to your friend and tell them no, and demand that the body of Achak Daygale of the Nestclutch Archipelago is returned immediately.
Well, you don't know where it is, and I'm pretty tired. I spent all of yesterday getting here. We've just slept all the way to an unknown location. We've come all the way back. I'm not doing anything. I've got my brew. Let's just relax.
This is outrageous. Come, Lifra. Queka and Lifra. Whoa. Go ahead.
I want you to... you are clearly not the head bird. The...
Aarakocra?
What are they, sorry? Aarakocra. You're just a subordinate. Subordinate.
That's...
Sorry.
That's...
What authority do you have?
I am here on behalf of my people. It is not your business. I represent the interests and the wishes of the Nestclutch Archipelago.
Well, that just wasn't her interest. After she left, did she ever return?
That's a mighty fine question there.
Because you yourself said you never met her. You only corresponded in letters. Well, we got 3 people right here. 4 including the deacon. 5 including Boric, the one who seemed to have loved her the most. These people have all experienced her and met her. And they are better judges of what she wanted in life than you, a person that has never met her.
And you are no judge at all. Someone who had never met her in her entire life and knew nothing of her deeds. We don't even know
However-
why you're here.
I am totally unbiased because of that. I have no ulterior motives. Therefore, I'm the best to judge.
I will not sit idly by and have our integrity brought into question. Come, Lifra. And Queka and Lifra get up and storm out of the church towards their wagon. The deacon looks at Boric and looks around the room and says, "These things are never as simple as you think they're going to be. I see now that I was mistaken in assuming these would be her wishes. Come."
You're sure she didn't write anything down?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, if she planned on who ought to be at this funeral, it seems she may have had some other notes to leave.
I suppose
Looks
there's
like she
nothing to
thought about
be
it.
lost now by seeing what is in her final instructions.
I think that might be the most wise thing to do.
He walks over to like a cabinet with cupboards and drawers, and pulls a key from his pocket, opens the top drawer, and takes from it a sealed letter. He sighs and opens it, and spends a second reading. It's one page, only one page. And he laughs. He begins to chuckle to himself. He hands it to the person closest to him, Ingrid.
Oh.
And you look down at the piece of paper, which simply reads, "I belong to the wind."
Ingrid just like gives a big grin and then hands it off to whoever's closest to her.
It would appear
Yeah.
that Achak was content for those closest to her, or perhaps even Havarnos himself, to make this decision on her behalf. Come, leave these spiteful Aarakocra to their foul mood. He looks at Atlas for a reaction.
Ah, nice one.
And he goes, "If you will take me with you, I shall travel with you to meet with your friend and deliver Boric's request in person, that we may bear back 2 feathers."
They only have one request. That their secret stays our secret. That you never tell where Achek is.
You have my word and the word of all at North Road Abbey.
Do you have a symbol or engraving of your god that you would like to take along to leave at her final resting place?
Boric overhears and says, "Yes, actually." He detaches it's almost like a brooch pinned to his chest that has that bears the emblem of Havarnos, and hands it to Atlas. "Lay this at her side, please."
Are they coming with us? I thought they were going to come with us.
Boric's going to stay. The deacon's going to go with you.
So Boric, I say to Boric, you don't want to come?
No, I should stay here and, well, hope that these two are get on their way sooner rather than later.
Maybe lock the door, Boric. But I will lay this brooch on her grave for you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll make sure your respects are paid.
And then I put my cup back on his tray, and I say, "Pretty good brew as well, mate."
Oh, thank you, sir. I do my best.
Stop, love.
So
Here, for your troubles, have some of this. I put some hair on you, son.
You give him some Tormist.
I'm going to pass him a small little vial, of the Tormist, which is a kind of effervescent, swirling, like bright green.
He looks at it and sort of like, oh, well, thank you very much, and he sort of stashes it in a pocket.
Not too much at once now. It'll have you taking stuff back you didn't even steal.
I just look at Jeb and I'm just like, okay then.
The deacon goes, shall we be on our way?
I think we should.
Presumably you exit out of the front door?
We're gonna exit our. You know what? Can I go through the front door and everyone else goes through the side door, please?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
If-
we can do that.
well,
We'll
and
get you
does
around.
anyone else want to go with Atlas through the front door?
I'll
Unless you
join
want
Atlas.
something else. Okay, we'll go this way.
I'm assuming from the picture, the front door is sort of in the south.
Is where the steps are, yeah.
The steps are, yeah.
Okay.
And the green thing on the right, that's the bird cavern.
The
caravan.
wagon, yes, indeed.
That's the chicken coop.
The chicken coop, okay.
That's what they call it.
So Atlas and Tembo have gone out the front. Ingrid and Jeb have gone out the side. Is that correct?
Yeah, with the deacon.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
And as me and Tembo are leaving the front door, I say, well, I'll see you later, Deacon and Boric. You'll get there.
You're trying to
then
say
I-
this loudly enough that they hear it and think that that you've gone off or something, or
Are they in sight?
you can't see them, no. But if you're trying to
can't
make
see
yourself
them.
within earshot by being loud, then give me a deception check.
You're just peering over the windows, and they're like,
Mhm.
I'm just like talking very much at the caravan. Sorry, a deception check.
18.
Quite perceptive.
Well, if anyone heard you, then I think they would believe that you were
Oh,
that the deacon and Boric were inside and you were going off to do who knows what.
okay. And then I say to Tembo, "Come, friend, let's go to the local town, or where
Ooh.
I'm gonna say, yeah, somewhere else, and regale of our old tales of dragons and exploits." And we sort of
Okay.
leave stage south,
Tembo,
and we
you
meet
got?
up with the.
Have you got any thoughts on this, Tembo? Are you playing along? Are you confused? Where are you with that?
I'm playing along. I'll make sure to talk loud enough.
As you,
Um,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'll just play along.
As you all step outside and begin to walk away from the and step outside of the abbey, you suddenly hear a noise from above. It sounds like a piercing horn, like someone blowing a horn. It's quite a high, reedy sound that comes through. And you hear a voice that by this point you know quite well that says, "You will do nothing of the sort!" And the person shouting is not visible to you, but they're clearly above you somewhere.
And we know the voice.
It's the voice of Quecker.
It's Quecker. Yeah, okay.
And then you hear the sound of a spell being cast.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Can you all roll initiative, please?
Quaker Oats.
Grateful for me. 4.
That's my
Nice.
bonus to initiative.
I need to
That's one.
make a note of this initiative. Oh, these
Don't worry, I got a 5.
all those nat 20s were
Yeah, I
bandaged,
got a
weren't they?
Not now, Dex.
Woof.
Not now.
So,
Excellent job, everyone.
The turns have tabled.
let me just check my stats. Okay, cool.
Oh, fuck
Well.
off.
Well,
I mean,
so-
Well,
they have
shit.
they have attacked with like surprise, haven't they? So
No, that's
Well-
a fair point.
makes sense that
it
they go
actually
first.
does. It actually does kind of make sense from a narrative perspective.
Yeah, I mean, that
So
works out.
let me take you into our combat scenario.
Quick question: because we've
Go.
split up,
Yes,
are Ingrid and Jeb in combat at the moment?
everyone's in combat. That
Everyone's in combat. Okay.
and I'm going to tell you in a second about what the fuck is going on. So, let me.
2,000 Eric Cockroach.
Wouldn't that be something? So,
the birds.
Looks like
Oh, no.
chickens
Talk about
back
a
on the
murder of
menu,
crows.
boys.
so this is Atlas here. They are at the front thingy. This is, I think this is Ingrid. Yeah, Ingrid is at the back side door. This is Jeb, who is also there. This is Tembo, who is here with Atlas. And we've also got the Deacon, who is here. I think for the purposes of this, Boric has remained indoors. And on the roof, though none of you have got a clear line of sight to them at the moment, is Quecker. What Quecker has just done, so fucking hell, this music won't do, will it? Let's let's
Are you
fucking-
saying
yes?
he has a? Are you saying he has a bird's eye view of the battlefield?
It's nice. It's nice. It's really good work.
Good Lord in heaven above.
So we have
You
rolled
ain't got no
initiative.
quit in you, do you, son?
At the moment, the initiative is running. I better roll for Aramis as well.
What about
That's
Lifra?
a 5, which was the same as Ingrid, so they will go after Ingrid. We are in combat, folks. The order is going to be Quecker, Atlas, Jeb, Ingrid, Aramis, and Tembo. What Quecker has just done on their first go is they've cast Animate Object on 4 gargoyles that were placed around the surround of the church, which I hate to say means there are 4 more enemies on the map. They are also on the rooftop, and
Oh, wow.
they are here. Let's roll for the gargoyles to see where they go in the initiative.
And Lifra is not
20.
in combat at the moment.
Ouch.
Lifra is not currently visible, correct. The gargoyles
They really got
go-
drop on us, folks.
This is going to be very, very interesting now. Quecker after casting animate object on these 4 gargoyles, Queka is going to use their movement to get as touch tight to the building as possible, as kind of far away from everybody. For those interested, by the way, if anyone's able to fly, fantastic. I don't know, or there may be the opportunity to climb the wall, but it to the roof is 30 feet from the ground that you're on. Hello. Okay, there we go. That is Quecker's go. Gargoyles are up next, I'm afraid. This is going to be interesting. Animate objects can, or these gargoyles are going to be able to get down to ground level without much problem. So let's go with the southernmost one, who is going to leap down to here and do a melee attack against Atlas. What the fuck do they do? Hold on a second. So it is just a standard attack for an animated object. So they don't have the stat block of a gargoyle, the actual beast. I should make that clear in case that's something anyone's wondering about. They are going to roll an attack. It is a 21 on Atlas.
Well, that's a hit.
Yeah. Damage coming at you is going to be 2d6 plus 1. For 10 damage.
Cool.
I'm going to try and rattle through these as quickly as I possibly can. Luckily, I think in this case, all 3 of the others will be movement only on this turn. Because none of the others are going to be able to get down to the ground level. In fact, I would say that this one is suspended on halfway down the wall. This one is also suspended halfway down the wall. And this one is here. Atlas, you are up.
Cool. I'm just gonna fucking smash it with my longsword.
Nice. Give me damage, or sorry, attack roll. $17, definitely a hit.
Okay. 2d6 plus 4. Okay.
Is that 10 damage? Yeah.
Yep. 10.
Cool. Any bonus action or movement? You are in. If you move, there is a opportunity thingy.
Opportunity. Okay.
Or move so you can play.
No, I don't do anything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up in the initiative is Jeb. You've got 2 gargoyles climbing on a wall nearby you.
Oh wait, I have
Yeah.
an extra attack. No, don't worry. I'll leave it. I'll leave it for
No.
now.
Go ahead.
Oh no, do I get that every round, don't I?
If you,
Yeah.
you tell me.
Yeah. Okay, well I'll do the same.
Bonus action.
Okay. Well, give me another attack roll.
Oh wait, yeah. Attack roll. 1 second. +7. Shit.
It's a miss. Jeb.
Okay, my turn.
All right. So what can I see? There's 2 gargoyles. You said they're on the roof.
They're kind of halfway down the wall. They're scaling down the wall at this point.
Okay.
You probably can't get to them with a melee attack, but certainly anything ranged, you've got clear
Right.
visibility on both.
Right. Okay. What distance are we looking at doing the math? Because you
so-
said if they're about halfway down the wall.
Yeah, so they're I guess 10 feet is 10 feet from you to the bottom of the wall, and then they're 10 feet up that maybe.
Okay, so about 20 feet altogether, I guess. I'm trying to figure out for a toss. How close are they together? They look like they are within like maybe 10, 15 feet of one another.
Yep, 10 feet away from one another.
All right. I'm going to reach into my pockets, and very quickly you see me take out a few things, and I kind of like throw them together real quick. Create this kind of like viscous, kind of gray-black, slick-looking substance. And I'm going to launch it at them. I'm using grease.
Grease. Okay, cool. And
grease, which will
go ahead.
non-flammable grease covers the ground in a 10-foot square, centered on a point within range. So I kind of, if I can, like hit between both of them, so I might catch both of them in it.
So you're throwing them. Are you throwing it actually at the wall?
Yes, I want to hit the surface they're climbing on and make them fall.
Okay, cool. Presumably, I need to give a saving throw on that.
Yeah, let me read on here. I'll do it in my own voice, so it's not. It's a attack. It's a Dex 15 is what they have to save against.
Okay. So.
And
that's fine. I will.
Do I need to roll my throw?
I don't think it's not an attack, right? So I think it's just a saving throw on my part. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Attack save Dex 15. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, one of them big fail. Two of them big fail. So they are.
Yes.
Now the interesting thing. Normally you would cast this on the ground, and they would be prone on the ground. But what we've got here is a situation where I'm happy to abide by the rule of cool and say that yes, they are going to slip off the wall. Let me just. Unless, Yero, you know off the top of your head falling damage.
1d6 per 10 feet.
Correct. Thank you very much indeed.
Awesome. So as I pop the stopper on it, I'm gonna say, "Father, I'm sorry. It's gonna be hard to clean," and I launch it. And it's, yeah.
The two gargoyles suddenly scramble and drop to the ground and plummet, and they've both fallen 10 feet, so they'll each get a 1d6 of damage. First one's a 5. The second one's a 5. That makes it easy. Nice. So that is fine. Cool. Anything else on your turn, sir? Any movement or any bonus actions or anything?
That's a good question. I think I'm going to get. I'm already kind of close to the what's his name? Aramis.
Aramis, yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna I want to move kind of closer to the graves, if I can. So move like a certain amount south. So and as I do, I want to run by Aramis and say, "Preacher, you may want to get back inside. This might get ugly."
Okay, so that's about 20 feet of movement there where I've moved you. Is that good? That's
yes. Okay, that's good.
He sort of nods at you in a panicked fashion. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Ingrid, you're up.
All right. So first of all, I'm gonna rage.
Nice. And so just to clarify, by the way, of course, these two gargoyles are now on the ground, quite near you.
I'm very excited about that.
Thank
you, Jeff.
I thought you might be. Okay, so
and I'm going to choose my path of the wild heart. I'm going to say wolf form. So allies have advantage on attack rolls against any enemy within 5 feet of me.
Okay.
So I'm going to move kind of like in between those two on the ground if I can.
Yes, indeed. Hang on, which one are you? Oh, you're all the way back here. Fucking hell.
Hiding.
Is this you over here, yeah? Whoop, there it is. So right here.
Yeah, perfect.
Cool.
And then, I'm gonna take my Blood Rage Great Axe, and
So what does this mean for your attacks? Do you get advantage and stuff, or?
I can choose if I want to do Reckless, which I think I do want to do a Reckless attack.
Reckless attack.
So I get advantage on attack rolls, but they also get advantage on attack rolls against me.
Okay, let's have which one are you swinging at? Top or bottom?
Top. Let's do top first.
Okay, give me that attack roll.
What is my bonus?
Oh, if you when you click the D20 on it, you can see there's a button that says ADV, so you can do that with advantage.
Oh, nice. That's nice. Okay, and I have +2 to my rage damage, so believe. Oh, that's not. I did that wrong. Plus. Okay. I think that's correct. Wow. Wow.
So, but with your modifier, your advantage is a 14, which is a hit. Fucking hell, you got lucky. Those were some dire rolls. Give me the damage, please.
Woof. All right. That is. I don't remember if I add anything to the damage. No, I don't think so. So, 12.
So that's a 10.
Okay, it's 10.
Do you get? Do you just get one attack, or is it? Have you got 2 attacks?
I've got 2.
Okay. Who are you swinging at? Swinging at for the second.
I'll swing at the bottom one.
Okay.
Look at them both.
Attack roll,
Why not?
please.
All right. I'm gonna do this reckless as well.
I'm sorry, that was 10 damage, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, much better. 23,
23.
definitely a hit. Let's have that attack damage. Sorry.
Oof.
All right.
And that's a
9 damage.
Okay, cool. So that's there. Okay, cool. You've done your move. Well, you do have more movement if you want to use it. Although, of course, it will now provoke an attack of opportunity. Any bonus action? Anything? Oh no, you did. Rage was your bonus action, right?
Rage was my bonus. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
fine.
Are you good? That's my turn.
It's Aramis's turn, who immediately, after nodding in a panicked fashion at Jeb, is going to take the advice, and Aramis bails back indoors and is off the map for the time being. He falls out of the initiative. Tembo, you're up. Actually, sorry, I'm just going to make a quick modification to that. Before he goes, he sends guiding bolt at the nearest gargoyle, which is make a ranged spell attack against it. So he needs. Okay, fine. So let's just do that really quick. It's a crit. On a hit, the target takes 4d6 radiant damage, which means it's going to be 8d6 radiant damage. And the next attack roll made against this target before the end of your next turn has advantage. Though we'll see if you even fucking need it. Let's have a look. So it's going to be 8d6.
And Philip, you told him to go back inside?
I was trying to protect you. I'm not gonna get it. Come back out here.
Try your damage!
You're useful as hell. Come on.
30 damage.
Wow. Holy shit, that's a lot of dice.
Dang, we didn't know he was useful.
The gargoyle crumbles into dust and is out of here.
Oh.
He bails inside, going, "Good luck!" And where is that token? There it is. That one is out of here. So we are down to 3 gargoyles. Tembo, sorry about the wait there. You're up.
Not a problem. I'll go. I'll walk around the building, so I have clear sight on the gargoyle that we didn't hit yet.
Okay, so the one on the eastern side, yeah? Sure. So that's, that's 1, 2, 3. Oh, you want to get melee range, or what do you want to do? Or do you just want
No.
just
Just
in
walk
sight?
around so I have
Okay.
a clear line.
You've still got 15 feet of movement if you need it.
Yeah. So there you are. And I'll cast Guiding Bolt as well.
Great. Give me the roll for the attack roll. 16 is a hit.
16.
Give me
Nice.
4d6, please.
Yeah.
Nice.
19.
19. Very nice.
Cool.
Any bonus actions? No need to cast that one.
I should probably tell you something, actually. In fact, you know what? If you want to redo this turn as a result of what I'm about to say, then I don't mind it, because I should have told you as soon as you rounded the corner. As you round the corner, you see Lifra hiding there. He is further up the church. Let me roll his initiative, because he's about to enter the fray.
Oh.
It's a 3, which means he's going to go last, which means he's going to go imminently. So
It's really interesting because, yeah, like what you said is like, so there you are. Like that could work for him just as well.
yeah, for sure. Lifra is now here, is in play. So if you would prefer to send that spell to Lifra instead, or do something else altogether, then I don't mind if you want to, but it's up to you.
No, we'll take out the gargoyle first.
Okay, so landed here. Any bonus action, anything? Any further movement?
No bonus action. And I'll stay there so I have sight on both the gargoyles and Lifra.
Okay, Lifra's up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lifra. Lifra, for the first time in the whole time you've seen him, he charges towards Tembo and lets out an almighty "Rah!" It's a noise that you would not think possible from a bird person. And you see that he is surrounded by a fiery effect, I guess. Lifra is having a big old rage. He's going to take a swing at Tembo here. Tembo, what's your AC over there?
17.
17. Okie dokie.
17.
He has got a. It's a 20, but not a nat. It's not a crit.
Okay. It hits.
It hits. He is going to be dealing you. Da, 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 da. 14 damage.
Okay.
He's got a second attack. Let's roll the bones again. It's a miss. Yes, he rolls a 7.
It's a miss.
You're off the hook. So that is the end of the initiative. It's back up to Queka, who is up top. Queka, who at the moment has not been visible to you at all, strides to the top. I would say from here now, from the top of the roof, where he is on the highest point, Jeb, you've now got sight of him at that range, because you're a few steps back from the church. I'm saying that Ingrid can't see because the roof is obscuring that view, if that makes sense. But where you are, your angle gives you visibility. Unfortunately, what that means is it also gives Queka visibility of you. Queka draws a bow from within their cloak and takes aim.
Okay.
You see them notch their bow with an arrow and draw back. The arrow seems to be crackling with electricity as well.
All right.
Queka is going to fire this arrow at you. So attack roll coming at you. They have got. It's a 5. I assume that misses.
That misses. Yes.
Yeah. I'm glad your AC isn't below 5. Yeah. So,
Me too.
Jeb, as you're stood there, you suddenly see an arrow of lightning go whistling past your head, and it lands in the grass behind you. Queka scowls and then returns to this position of cover that they're in at the moment. Next up on the initiative is the Gargoyles. Let's begin with Gargoyle 1 at stood next to Atlas. Going to be a melee attack, which they have that 16. I think it's going to be a miss. Gargoyle 2 going to take a swing at Ingrid. Ingrid, your AC, please.
14.
Martin, would that gargoyle be prone on the ground
Yeah.
since it fell?
Very good point. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, just curious.
Good call. So in that case, the
Still can attack though, can't it?
it can, I
think so.
believe. Yeah, it's
Because
just
it just removes half of their
yeah.
movements.
It does. So yeah. So that's a 17. So that's a hit. They are going to hit Ingrid with 9 points of damage.
Nope.
Finally, Gargoyle 3 is already dead. Actually, it was Gargoyle 2 that died. So that was Gargoyle 3. Gargoyle 4, which is over near Lifra and Tembo, is going to come in. Poor old Tembo is a bit of a tight spot here. Comes in for a melee attack. Attack roll is a nat 20. Which means it's going to be 4d6 plus. Is it? Do you just double the dice, Yarrow, or do you double the plus as well?
No, just the dice.
Just the dice. Okay, so it's going to be 4d6 plus 1.
Oh, great.
It's 12 points of damage.
Okay.
How's Tembo looking at the moment?
Well, he's looking kind of rough.
Yeah. Okay, that is that entire move for the Gargoyles. Atlas, you are up.
Cool. I cast Shield of Faith on Tembo, which
Okay.
is a bonus action.
Yeah.
No, sorry. I cast Sanctuary on Tembo,
Okay.
which means that no one can attack him. But if they can attack him, but they have to first pass a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Thanks.
So that's my bonus action. So
Nice.
that is Sanctuary.
Love
And
that.
then I'm just gonna bash this fucking gargoyle on the head with my big sword.
Love it. Give me attack roll.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a hit. Give me the damage.
That's a hit, and then it's going to be 2d. And I'm going to say, you never should have come here.
Never should have
Hit it
come
on the
here.
head.
For 8 damage, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
and then I do exactly the same.
Same again, yeah? Okay, attack roll again,
Yeah.
please. It's a
No.
miss. That is a miss. Any movement that you want to do, or are you staying put?
No, I'm staying put.
Jeb.
Okay, so my movement's about 30 feet.
Yes.
So I could not in this turn get up to the roof of the church, could I?
I'm going to say where are you? You're 10 feet from it, so no, you could make this.
Right.
You make your way to just below the roof and be kind of climbing on the wall.
You know, actually, that might be advantageous for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna start scaling the wall, kind of as close to where Ingrid is, I think,
Okay.
because not the greasy spot.
Yeah, I'm going to take
Yeah.
you there. So you are now kind of here and most of the way up the wall.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Any and yeah, no actions or anything, no? Presumably.
I don't think I have a bonus action. Are there? Well, and I guess this also would not count for like rules for sprinting because I'm not just running across stable ground. So yeah, that's my turn.
So actually, that does make a good point. You could use your dash to give you double movement here and just bring yourself up onto the wall because that would then be a dash action.
let's
onto-
do that.
on-
Yeah,
on-
let's do that. That way I don't have to expend any movement on the next turn.
Yeah, onto
Yeah.
the rooftop. So that would take you to basically here. You've now got Queka in your sights.
Yeah, do like a rat scamper. And this is me being a little ignorant of D&D. Yarrow or Martin, you may know this. Are there any like the equivalent of Overwatch where like if he pops up, I can take an opportunity attack or anything like that, like or just kind of be in a defensive position?
You can do a ready in action. So like if someone pops out of a chimney, then I'm ready to swipe at them already. But you've already used your action on this turn, so you wouldn't be able to do it now.
Yes. Okay. So no, I'm burned out. That's cool. All right. Yes, that's fine.
Cool. All good.
All good.
Ingrid, you're up.
All right.
Finish him.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the one next to me.
Cool.
And I will do reckless attack.
Yeah, nice.
Send him
love
to
that.
hail.
Is it still prone?
Yeah, is it?
I
Oh no,
believe
it stood up
No.
to attack, didn't it?
it did stand up.
No,
Or-
they got up to
Maybe.
attack.
Stood up. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it could attack on the ground if it wanted to, but
So yeah, go ahead. So reckless attack gives you advantage on
Yep.
your attack roll.
yep. And there we go.
Yep. 22's fine. Give me that damage.
All right. Button. Ooh.
What is that? 15.
15.
If a stone gargoyle could look woozy, it would. It looks in as bad shape as a stone gargoyle could do.
Okay, well,
You've got
let's
a-
see
you've
what
got-
it
you've
how
got
it feels about my second
right?
attack.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Yep. It might like that one. It might not. Who knows?
Definitely a hit. Let's have the rest of it.
Oh, if you like that, you're gonna love this.
Oh, that's not great.
A 6. Yeah, it is still alive, but clinging on by a thread, basically.
Obviously.
So,
Cracks everywhere.
any bonus actions or anything else?
I don't think I have any bonus actions, so I think I'm done.
Okay, Aramis is not in the initiative. Tembo, you are currently under the protection of Sanctuary.
Yeah, and I'm gonna cast Spirit Guardians.
Spirit Guardians, love that. Now, am I right that if you make an attack that you come out of Sanctuary? Is that right? Maybe Mikey, you can tell me that.
Yeah.
Oh, cast a spell that affects an enemy. Yep.
Yeah.
So you can do that, but that will remove the Sanctuary on you.
It's got quite a high wisdom saving throw as well. So
Yeah.
can you heal or move? I
Yeah.
don't know.
I'm checking if I have healing thingies. I don't have healing thingies.
Oh, but we were allowed one healing potion.
You're allowed one
That's
uncommon item. I've left it to you what you've got in your inventory.
Oh, but okay. Sorry, that was the last one shot that we were allowed a healing potion as well. Then.
Yeah, I don't necessarily say you've got a healing potion on you, no.
Okay. I need to get rid of mine then from my.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You've been clinging
Do you
on to it
still
for 7
have
years.
the bottle from the dragon?
From 7 years ago.
Mine is past the Yeah. Yeah, mine. Okay, I'm gonna do prayer of healing.
Oh, what?
Prayer of healing.
Okay, go for it. What does that do?
Up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each gain hit points equal to 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Okay, I'm saying you can certainly see Atlas, but I mean Atlas is at full health anyway, I think, isn't he? Or is he not?
No, I've been here.
No. Okay,
Yeah.
so you and Atlas can benefit from it. I don't think you can see any other allies from where you are.
Nope. 6. Oh, wow. Total.
Do I roll my own, or do I just get 6?
That's DM's discretion.
What does it say on the spell?
Regains the hit points equal to 2d8 plus a hit spellcasting ability modifier.
The way that's worded sounds to me like you determine how much it is for everybody. That's what that sounds like to me.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
So 6.
So 6 HP restored for both of you. I think you were probably hoping
Yep.
for a little bit more than that, weren't you? Yeah.
I was hoping for more. Do I have any? No, that's not. Can I make? No, that's not.
As a reminder,
This way.
Lifra is next up in the initiative.
Yeah, I know. I do have one more thing, but that I used my action for the spell. Nope. Nope, that's it.
Yeah, we're all good. So you are still protected by Sanctuary, of course.
Yeah.
So I think the question is, does Lifra understand that, and is he aware of what Sanctuary is? Now, so Sanctuary, until the spell ends, any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or harmful spell must first make a Wisdom saving throw.
And it's
That's
15.
again.
I feel like Wisdom is not Lifra's forte, really. But on a failed save, okay, so let's do it. So Lifra's is raging, of course, and is going to attempt to make an attack, which means he must first make a Wisdom saving throw, which is what this roll is. Miss! On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack. Now, I think he might just be able to get to Atlas. Now, it would provoke an
Or
attack of
effective.
opportunity.
Bring it on, big boy!
But presumably, if you take an attack of opportunity, you'll lose Sanctuary.
But I'm willing to portray that if Lifra is running away.
Well, Lifra is going to go for it. So 1, 2, 3, 4 goes here. So attack of opportunity.
Quarter step to the back.
Give me the thingy. So I think you have to do an attack roll first, anyway, right?
Just checking if I have proficiency. +5. 23.
So 23 is certainly a hit.
Okay. And then 1d. Oh, this because it's the first start thing. Yeah, 6 plus 2. 6.
So, 6 damage. Okay, cool. Thank you. He kind of takes it on the chin, really, and strides forward to meet Atlas. Where? Now, you're out of Sanctuary as well now, of course, right?
Yep.
Okay, first attack coming in at Atlas. It's going to be... 1 second. 23. And that damage is going to be... 13.
Cool.
I think while he's there, he'll just wail on Atlas a second time with his second attack. It's a 16. I think, is that a...
No, it's a miss.
Ooh, got away with one there. Okay, cool. That is the end of Lifra's attack. Queka is up.
Can I give a verbal riposte to that?
Certainly, please.
I'm gonna go
Okay.
say ha, like a bite of a flea.
Okay, very good. He just like snarls. You still haven't heard this guy say an actual word. Queka is startled at seeing Jeb climb up on the roof. He backs up a step and draws and notches another arrow, which he's gonna fire. It's another arrow of lightning. 15. Your AC, Jeb?
That's gonna do it.
That's a hit?
Yeah. That's
right.
a hit.
Okay, that is going to be... oh, shit. I haven't written down what the fucking attack is. Hold on a second. God, what's going on with the music? It's whenever I'm typing, it seems to not like it. So... Sorry. Sorry, folks. Should have this ready to go. So it's going to be a 1d6 piercing. Okay, fine. Let me just make a note of that so I don't have to check it again. Okay, right, sorry about that. Let's go again.
Doors.
And it's going to hit for 7 damage.
7 damage? Alright.
A lightning... sorry, it's... what is that now? So it's 6 plus 3 plus 4... 4 lightning damage, but I don't know that makes particularly a difference. As he looses his arrow, it strikes Jeb, giving you a electric shock along the way as well. Queka now is going to use the rest of their movement to nervously skit along the rooftop edge here. Over to the gargoyles. First one up is next to Atlas and is gonna go for attack. 14 is gonna miss. Gargoyle number 3 next to Ingrid is gonna roll.
He has advantage against me too.
Has advantage
Jesus.
against you. I don't know that it particularly matters. Oh no, we should do it in case it's a crit.
Yeah.
Let me roll another. It's not, so it's a. But they're both going to hit either way. So that is going to be a. Okay, cool. Hits Ingrid for 6 damage. And finally, Tembo, you are out of Sanctuary. Gargoyle 4 takes a swipe. Clear that. And lands with a 22.
Hell.
Doing... dealing 13 damage, a double 6.
Dang.
Oof.
Oh my lord! This gargoyle comes in hot,
Nasty.
and slashes at Tembo. Tembo, what's the HP situation over there? If you don't mind me asking.
You know in Pokemon, when HP is low, going doo-doo,
Okay, cool.
Oh no.
Luckily, the gargoyle's turn is at an end. Atlas, you're up.
Right. I am going to attack the gargoyle with a normal attack.
Give me that.
So, I roll the dice.
14
14.
hits. Yep.
Now damage. I'm gonna mount your head on my wall.
Not with that, you're not. With an 8. Okay. This gargoyle is looking okay.
Looking okay.
Yeah.
And so for my second attack, I am going to cast Branding Smite
Nice. On.
on Lifra.
Okay. How does that work?
So, well, I need to see if it hits first, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It does not.
No. Fuck!
Branding Smite is a swing and a miss. Anything else, Atlas?
See you next round.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna end my turn.
It's a bit fourth wall breaking, but we'll allow it. Next up is.
Oh no, I'm talking to Liz. Oh yeah, I guess it is 4-4.
Yeah. Next up is Jev. Up on the roof.
That's right. Yeah, and he's within 90 feet, you'd say, right?
Within 90, yes.
All right.
If it's something where you need, bear in mind you don't currently have sight of him, but I can easily move you to within a sight line.
Yeah, I would say maybe kind of south along the rooftop where I'm kind of. It looks like there's a bit of a peak that I could be up on and kind of have a look down at where he is.
Oh, up on here? Yeah, on the... no, actually,
Yeah.
right. Okay, that is like a tower, so that's going to be a big climb, actually, if you wanted to do that.
Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, around the side then, where
So
I can kind of. I see the topography now.
Over to here, yeah. So you're
Yeah.
now in the line of sight of Quecker.
Thank you. And I'll say, Quaker, it didn't have to be like this. And I'm going to cast, or I'm going to throw rather, because everything is just these like baubles that I have on me. Out from my cloak, up in the air, it is an acid arrow. And so the way it'll work is it kind of, as it hits the air, it bursts and launches itself toward him out of the vial.
Sweet.
And in like this hissing green, like dark, kind of mucky liquid. So I make a ranged spell attack, which
Go
will
for
be
it.
a plus 10. It's my hit DC plus the proficiency bonus.
Okay.
So let's see. 18 to hit.
It's a hit.
Excellent. Okay, and now it is, let me see. It's going to be 4d4 acid damage immediately, and then 2d4 acid at the end of his next turn.
Wow. Okay. Nice. Give
Yeah,
me the-
pretty
give me-
pretty nice. All right.
Give me the 4d4.
Oh.
Well then.
Indeed. 12.
Cool. Now, something else that I now have to do is animate object is a concentration spell. So Quecker now needs to make a concentration saving throw to maintain the concentration over the
good.
gargoyles. This is a strong thing for him though, so I'm not. It shouldn't be a problem. Let's see how we get on.
Right.
5.
Nat 1. Fucking hard fail.
Dang.
This is going to make your day a lot easier, and Tembo, your day a lot brighter, because Quecker, drenched in acid and trying to staggering around, wailing, my eyes. He loses focus. The 3 gargoyles immediately become inanimate again, and return to their stoned ways, leaving you with a much clearer battlefield.
All right.
Jeb, nice work. Any bonus action or anything like that?
I think that's all I got right now.
Well, it's not bad, is it? Ingrid, you're kind of miles from the
Ain't
action
bad.
here. What do you want to do?
Just like, oh, it's gone now. Okay. And then
You
I'll,
see in front of your eyes this stone gargoyle kind of looking at you menacingly, just like its face freeze in this snarl.
I'm just kind of like, poke,
You
poke.
should decapitate it anyway.
It's good. Right. I'll come back to that, and then I'm gonna just try. I think if I can use my movement and my action to dash.
Yep.
And just try to get around the front of the building.
Oops. So it's 1, 2, 3.
I don't know if I can make it all the way, but
5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's you. You're now stood side by side with Atlas facing down Lifra. These 3 are gonna fucking be throwing potatoes at each other. 2 barbarians and a paladin. We're gonna see some numbers.
yeah.
Awesome.
WWE D&D style.
You better believe it. Is that's? Oh, I think because you've not
I'll
attacked,
use-
so you're gonna fall out of rage, aren't you?
If I have to use my bonus action to keep it.
Oh,
up,
okay.
So I will do that.
Okay, cool, fine. Nice. Tembo, you're up, my friend. You're
How high is the roof?
it's a 30-foot climb.
Nope. That I won't have.
If you want visibility of Quekka, I'm saying you don't have it exactly where you are, but if you backed away a bit, you could have visibility of Quekka.
Oh no, 5. 30. Nope, that's not it.
I reckon he'd give his position away too with all the screaming and whatnot.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Oh, I can do that. I can cast Spiritual Weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It's within 60 feet. So, can I cast it next to Quackers?
Sure. I'm gonna just use Aramis' token to be the weapon. We can read into that what we will.
You create floating spectral weapon within range that lasts for the duration or until you cast the spell again.
Do I need to do an initiative roll for the weapon?
No, it's going behind me. I need my bonus action. I use my bonus action to use it.
Okay. Give me the rolls.
It'll it'll look like because Tembo is of the peace domain. It'll look like the peace sign.
Okay, nice. This very peaceful attack with a weapon. I love it.
Very peaceful attack. And
give me the attack.
Imagining someone being beaten to death with a peace
18.
sign.
That is a hit.
This is so ironic.
4. Okay.
Something.
Thank you very much. You guys have definitely made your job easier by getting rid of those gargoyles, but you're not out the woods at all, by the way. This is going to be a tough fight. Go.
There's an extra marker on the screen.
That's the spiritual weapon. That I'm just using
Sorry,
Aramis's token. Okay, Tembo, anything else?
I can for my bonus action I can repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet of it.
Was that not your bonus action, the attack?
No, my action was casting it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
And then wasn't your bonus action the attack that you just did?
When you cast a spell, you can make a melee attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Okay.
And then I can use my bonus action
okay,
to do
fine.
it again.
Yeah, go for it then.
Uh,
I trust you.
Where was the Actione? +6.
16 is a
16?
hit.
Nice. Where is it here? Here it says D8 +3. 9.
For 9. Okay, nice. Thank you very much indeed. Lifra is next up in the initiative. And he has got a fight on his hands, hasn't he? My goodness. I'm going to say...
We're just screaming at each other.
Lifra is going to take aim at at Atlas. Nat 1, swing and a miss. Lifra is just clearly just in so much of a rage that he is just flailing wildly. You're going to use his second attack and try again. Nat 20. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Swings and roundabouts.
This time he connects and it's going to be a crit. That is going to be, this is going to hurt. If these rolls are good, this is going to really hurt. For a total of 17. Probably could have been worse, really.
Yeah. Death is highly overrated.
agreed.
Lifra's still raging, of course.
I shrug it off.
Next up in the initiative is Queka. He's only got one move. He's taken aim at Jeb. No, wait. Does he? Now distracted by this spiritual weapon floating beside him, Queka wheels round to look at it, and in doing so, what does he want to do?
So it falls off the roof.
Yeah, just like falls to his death. No, he's gonna go for the attack against Jeb. Another arrow of lightning coming at you. Let's have a look. It's 21. It's going to be a hit, which is going to be
That's a hit.
A 4 damage. Not bad.
4 damage, okay.
That's the end of Queka's turn.
So on the end of his turn, he will take 2d4 acid damage.
Thank you. Do I roll that?
I'll roll that for him.
Okay.
I got you, Quacker. Don't worry about it. Enjoy 8 points of acid damage.
Oh, that's
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, maxed out.
That's
Like
tasty.
that.
okay. Cool. Gargoyles are out of the initiative. Atlas, you are up.
I cast,
Goggles, they do nothing.
I cast Branding Smite again.
Yep. Give it.
Let's see. No, sorry. 1 second.
$22 is a hit.
Cool. So this does.
What does Branding Smite do?
Well, it adds. Branding Smite adds 2d6 radiant damage.
Okay, nice.
Okay, so I can add an extra 2d6 onto this.
This is going to be tasty. What? 23? Oh my lord. Atlas steps forward and begins raining blows down on Lifra with radiant light glinting off him off his sword as it comes down. Any other movement or anything?
No.
Okay. Jeb.
All right. Can I see Timbo from where I'm at?
Yeah, I think so. Just about.
Okay. He don't look too good, does he?
He sure don't.
All right. I am going to pull out from a belt on my waist a little bauble that's kind of glowing with this real warm, soft, soothing, like kind of golden liquid, and I'm going to whip it at Timbo's head. And I'm casting healing word.
Nice,
It's
love
just
that.
gonna like basically smash on him, and it will coat him in this healing balm,
Okay.
and he will be rejuvenated for 2d4 plus 4 hit points.
Okay.
Damn.
Roll that for us, Jeb.
All right. Oh, let me see. Hang on. Let me read the. I'm sorry. Hang on one second. It's a creature of your choice that you can see within range regains those hit points. So I don't necessarily have to like aim to hit, but I can. Since I'm doing it this way, would you rather I like aim the toss? I feel like that almost makes more sense to treat
Yeah.
it that way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. I'll do it the same way I did the acid arrow with the proficiency and all that. So okay. Well, let's do it. Here's hoping I can throw good.
Oh, if you don't need to do an attack roll, then you don't need to do it. I don't mind that. That's fine. You can just roll
Okay,
the
all right, cool.
just give me the 2d4 plus 4. I'm happy that you've
Sure.
proven your accuracy already.
All right. 2d4 plus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here comes. 7 points of HP. It ain't too much, but it ain't nothing.
It's
Now,
something.
I'm tempted because of the way you role played it. I'm tempted to roll like a d4,
Damage.
glass damage. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking. I think I will say that. Give me a d4.
Yeah, go on.
Give me a d4 tempo. That is just going to be an HP of cuts.
Man, I really got to refine the delivery mechanism of this here spell.
Do I roll it?
Yeah, you roll it. Yeah, just a straight d4.
Okay.
Okay, 2 points. You lose 2 HP from the cutting. All right, Jeb.
I just see Tembu get hit in the head with a fucking bottle.
Just hold the phone a second, folks. We've got a raid coming in. Hello, D20 by the sword.
Oh, wow.
Welcome. We are in the midst of combat here as our heroes. Welcome. Thanks for bringing the pals over. I will just say hello. I'm Martin. This is a homebrewed one-shot adventure that you've joined us in the midst of combat, where our heroes are fighting off 2 Aarakocra, one of whom is on a rooftop, one of whom is just throwing potatoes, not literally, of course. But welcome. I regret that I can't give a proper hello and keep up with chat too well, but I hope you'll enjoy the rest of our combat. Cool. Thank you, Jeb. That was your turn, yeah?
Oh, well, hey, I was just looking, and it shows that I can cast Healing Word as a bonus action. I did not realize that. So, would you allow me to attack Jeb or a character? All right.
Yeah,
Well, let's do it then. Okay.
That can be your bonus action for sure. So yeah, give me an action.
Outstanding. Well, I'm gonna smash another damn vial on him, but this one's gonna be a Ray of Sickness.
Okay, nice. Ray of Sickness coming at you.
Yeah. All right. So the same spell attack modifier. That plus 10. Oh, yeah.
That's a hit.
27.
You better
Hell
believe
yeah.
it.
All right. And then that is going to be 2d8 poison damage. Eight points.
8 points. Quacker looking a little unsteady on his feet. Cool.
Oh, hang on. He must make a Constitution saving throw, and on a failed save, he is also poisoned until the end of my next turn.
Constitution save coming at you. Constitution. Sorry.
That's right.
Going to be
Con 15 does the save.
Is it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You're not going to be able to talk in your normal voice after this. He's rolled a 19, so it's a success. So it's going to be half
Oh,
that,
beans.
right?
All right.
So 4 damage, right?
That's right.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Ingrid, you're up.
Oh,
All
no, he
right.
took 8. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, but I succeeded on the thing, right? So I take half of that. Oh no, sorry, that was just to be poisoned, wasn't it? My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, that was for the continuing damage. That's right. That's right.
Okay, cool.
And that's my.
Oh shit!
And I would like a movement. If I may, one last thing.
Yes.
I'd like to make a movement to
Goddamn,
behind that tower, so I'm out of his line of sight.
Got it.
All right, and that's my turn. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much, Ingrid. You're up.
All right. I'm gonna move next to this is the Lifra,
Lifra?
right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna move up to them and do a good little bonk.
Do a
Yeah,
good
we
little
love them
bonk. Give me the attack. You've got 2 actions, right? So we've lost our
Yeah,
good
2
music.
attacks.
What the fuck? Let's go.
I will also do reckless, cause why not?
Sorry, that's more combat-y music. Okay, reckless attack coming at you. Yeah, that's going to be a hit. Let's go.
Woo!
All right. Oop, that is not. Hold on, I did that wrong. I'm learning the dice site. 15.
15. Okay, that's first attack. Give me the second one.
Alrighty.
It's a hit.
4. Nice, nice.
Although, do you have you've got advantage on this one as well, don't you? So you should roll another one in case it's a crit.
Yep, if I reckless. Oh, I only rolled 1. You're right. Good call.
Okay, no worries. So you're on a hit. Give me another
Not
damage
good.
roll.
I'll take it.
Uh-huh.
12 damage.
Another 12. Thank you very much. Okay.
welcome.
Fine. Anything else?
Nope, I'll stay here.
Tembo.
Also, Atlas,
there.
if you attack them, you get advantage. Because,
Ooh, nice.
I have the wolf. I'm the wolf.
Wolfpack.
Hungry like the wolf, that sort of thing.
I'll do a prayer of healing on myself and the 2 other people I see.
Okay, cool. Give it. Give me the roll.
3rd level.
And say some nice words for Genoros as well while you're here. A nice prayer.
+3, so 16.
16. So Ingrid,
Generals.
and Atlas and Tembo, you all heal by 16.
Generous, help us. Get the calm and the peace back again.
Queka and Alifra are incandescent. They are furious at this, and suddenly desperation comes into their eyes as they realise that you guys have just been able to make yourselves considerably healthier. Any bonus actions, Tembo?
Yep, spiritual weapon.
Oh, of course.
19.
It's a hit.
Oof.
Plus 3.
Nice.
11 damage.
Queka looking very,
Nice.
very wobbly now, and
Poking in his eyes.
Lifra is up. Still raging, of course. He's gonna switch his attention to Ingrid.
That makes sense.
Here comes the roll. 14. Gonna be a miss, I think.
That is my AC.
That is your AC, so it's a hit.
That's-
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a hit.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So it's 11 damage.
Alright.
Now he's going to go again with a 17. That's going to be a hit.
That will hit.
And another 5 damage.
All right.
At this moment, Queka is gonna just throw all caution to the wind. What does he do? What does he do? He's going to... There's not much he can do from here, really, to be honest, without provoking an opportunity attack. He is there?
Can he see us as well?
All he can see at the moment is the spiritual weapon. He can't even see Tembo. So I think he's just going to have to roll attack against the spiritual weapon. What's the AC for that?
Oh, don't know.
Oh fuck! Doesn't matter. He rolled a 2. He's going to miss. So he fucks it. Atlas.
I cast Divine Favor on myself.
Okay.
As my bonus action, and then I attack. So
what does Divine Favor do?
it just adds a 1d4 radiant attack onto any of my attacks.
Okay, nice.
So it comes afterwards.
Yeah. Uh, 16 hits.
Hits. So let me get this. 2d6 plus 4. Let me just double check. Yeah.
Twelve
12 damage.
Lifra is staggering. He's not looking very well at all. Atlas, anything else from you?
Well, I've got a secondary attack.
Go for
So I'll do it again.
Cool. $19!
14.
Oh, fucking hell.
That was the attack roll.
Oh,
So
right, yeah.
damage now. 2d6.
$13, pretty good.
Still
Okay.
amazing.
Both Queka and Lifra now are circling the drain. Things are looking pretty rough for them. If
And I'm going to say,
yeah, go
give
ahead.
up whilst we still can.
Never.
Did he just speak for the first time?
No, that was Queka. Lifra doesn't speak.
Oh,
Real Penn and Teller vibe these guys have.
Yeah, for sure. Jeb, you're up.
All right, Jeb's up. I'm going to wheel around the corner there and
Oh yeah, sorry.
pull out yet another vial from another satchel that I got. They're all over me. And this one has this kind of almost like burning magma, like it looks like a small sun kind of cooking in this vial. And I'm going to sprinkle it with this kind of like crystalline black powder, and it's going to start like screaming like a burning, like a tea kettle. And I'm going to whip it, and I'm casting. It's called Flaming Sphere.
Flaming
And it's a
Sphere.
5-foot diameter sphere of fire, appears in an unoccupied space of my choice within range and lasts for the duration. So basically right on top of his head.
Okay.
He makes a Dex 15 to save against it.
Dex 15.
That's right.
Succeeds.
Okay.
So it's going to be half
So,
damage,
let-
right?
Let me see what that'll mean. Yeah. Ends its turn within 5 feet. Takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. So half as much that. So
So,
1d6 on a successful save.
Just roll
And
your,
if he ends his...
roll your 2d6, and then we'll just do the half damage on that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, bam!
So it's
Okay,
gonna be,
not great.
So it's going to be 3.
3 points damage.
The highs and the
3
lows.
points damage. And it says, as a bonus action, you can move the sphere up to 30 feet. And if you ram it into a creature, the creature must make a save and throw against the sphere's damage, and the sphere stops moving this turn. So, well, I can't see the other one, so I'm not going to do that. That wouldn't make much sense.
Okay. Anything else?
No,
Ingrid.
I'm gonna say this is your last chance, and that's it.
Queka looks at you and launches the biggest flob of spit he can in your direction. Ingrid,
It
you're
sizzles in the ball of fire.
up.
Gross. Okay, I'm below half my HP now, so my Blood Rage Great Axe adds +2 to my attack and my
we
damage.
love to
So-
hear that.
Yes, yes, we do.
Send him home.
So I'm.
Here we go.
Yep.
Give me that
Don't you
attack roll
roll.
first.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
not
hit.
Okay. So that is
17.
Ooh, 17.
Holy shit. Lifra is like pissing blood out of every imaginable orifice.
Oh,
He looks at you, and his eyes, which up to this point have been filled with rage, they look almost defeated now.
Just kind of like get ready for my next attack and be like, it didn't have to be this way.
Go for it.
All right. Yes.
Big hit. Let's have that damage.
28.
Yep. Uh-huh. Oh,
8.
8.
How do you want to do this, Ingrid?
Ah! So yeah, I'm just gonna look at them and be like, didn't have to be like this. And then be like,
As you bring that
Just
great axe
leave it.
down into the collarbone of Lifra, this giant figure ahead of you, as he sees the axe coming down, you suddenly see for the first time sadness in his eyes. And he just looks as the swing comes in and goes, I'm sorry. The axe embeds in this guy's neck. A fountain of blood fucking erupts as this guy falls dead to the ground. And Lifra is out of here. Queka is now politely fucked. He looks around when all of a sudden, where Queka is stood next to the tower, all of a sudden, like a wooden shutter opens, and you see, boof, Boric's head pop out, screaming, "Ah!" In his hand, he holds an empty vial of what was previously Tormist. And this drunken maniac climbs out of the window and just grabs hold of Queka and hurls him from the roof in one motion, throwing him to the ground below, where he lands in a crumpled, dead heap.
Yeah.
This
Now, son, I said don't drink the whole thing, but yeah.
Ah! And with that, we are out of initiative. Lifra lies dead. Queka lies dead. And you return to a state of relative calm as you as we come back to the surroundings of North Road Abbey. These
All right.
two
I'm
figures.
I'm gonna
lie
say, all right, now.
deceased.
I'm gonna say, all right, now help me through this window. Get me off his roof. I'll go down with him.
Boric kind of is just pissed out of his mind, just so drunk.
Yeah.
And
I help him down the
yeah,
stairs.
you're helping him. You help support him down the steps.
help each other.
Come on,
And-
I got you. Yeah, it'll wear off. You're gonna have a screaming headache, son, but you'll be all right.
Can I just ask, does anyone need a hard stop at the top of the hour? Because I would think we'll probably be not far over it, but we may just
I'll
go...
have a quick piss.
Yeah, let's just take a 5-minute break or a couple of minutes break, and we'll come back for that's a good idea. Let me allow me
Lovely.
to. That will allow me to say hello properly to D20 by the Sword. If you and any of your raiders are still among us, thank you very much for bringing the pals over. And I hope you've enjoyed our combat. I'll catch anybody else up on roughly the narrative and explain what the fight was all about, which is that the recently deceased cleric of North Road Abbey, an Aarakocra by the name of Achak, her body was discovered to be missing at her funeral, which our players were attendees of. After a brief bit of investigation, they discovered that a group of goblins that reside nearby had stolen the body, and upon catching up to them, they find out why, which is that Achak's family, which were kept a secret from all, were actually her and her family were friends of this goblin village in the nearby swamps. So their contention is that Achak should be laid to rest with her family inside Wetbark in the swamps. Unfortunately, while the deacon of North Road Abbey was accepting of this, the Aarakocra, who were hoping to repatriate her body back to her homeland, were not as keen on this idea, and as such could not take no for an answer, and a fight broke out that did have animated gargoyles as well as two very angry Aarakocra who unfortunately have lost the day. Now I will say, I'll wait till all the players are back to pull the curtain back on that, but hello Manny as well. Hello, how are you? So yeah, it's been quite a rough and tumble. So all we have to deal with now is the aftermath of the fight. So D20 by the Sword, if you are still there, thank you very much for the raid. I will be sure to drop by and check you out as well. I love to find other D&D channels. I'm a relatively new DM still, under only about 6 months now, really, that I've been DMing, but very much enjoying it. We do a monthly one-shot here on the channel. The next one is actually in 3 weeks' time, so I'll talk a bit more about that at the end. We're also going to be starting a campaign on stream in a few weeks as well. Thank you, Greg. That is jolly kind. So it's D&D City up in here. The rest of the time I do music streams where we sing some lovely songs, and I'm also, as I mentioned at the top of the stream, going to be going back to my roots of playing some retro games as well. So Tuesday evening I'll be playing Star Wars Rogue Leader on GameCube here on this very channel on Tuesday night. So all that to look forward to. Welcome back, players. Perfect timing.
Yes.
I'm going to just jump ahead a little bit and say that and bring everybody down to ground level. Jeb, I'm looking at you. You've come downstairs with Boric. The bodies of Queka and Lifra lie on the ground, and the deacon emerges as well, and goes, "Did my guiding bolt help at all?"
We should have kept you outside.
Lissy, you're muted.
Well,
Good.
Yes, it did.
That was like a Japanese subtitle there.
Aramis looks down at the bodies of the two Aarakocra and says, "I wish it had been otherwise, but if I am to tell the truth, I maintain what I said. Their only interest was in repatriating her to use as a sort of tourist attraction. They wanted to attract more visitors to the Nestclutch archipelago, and they thought that a well-known and respected face like Achak was the easiest way to do that. It was disgraceful what they were planning.
No, I think you're right.
He goes, well, we'll deal with this when we return. I think we've kept Achak waiting long enough, but there is one thing I'm interested to see before we go. He goes, come. He leads you towards the building on the southeastern corner of the hilltop. As he steps inside, he explains these were Achak's lodgings. It's quite a sizable building, but it's modest. It's modestly decorated inside. He says, I've not returned to this building since the day we brought her and laid her in her casket. He looks at her. Actually, give me anyone who's got proficiency in investigation. Give me an investigation roll.
All right.
Or no, tell you what, make it a perception. Sorry.
Perception. Okay. 1 second.
Oh, I do have that.
Okay. I don't have a proficiency in that, so never mind.
Is it on smell? Because I have advantage in.
No, it's on site.
Oh nope.
I think I pretty much
Atlas.
have perception on like metals and stuff, so if that matters.
Atlas, you notice while surveying the room what appear you can see, just make out the bottom of the frame of a painting with a cloth draped over it.
I unveil the painting.
To reveal a portrait of 3 Aarakocra.
Well,
One of which is, of course, Achak.
The goblin was telling the truth.
I
Well, that's
suppose he was. Is there anything? Does anyone? Let me describe the room a little more. There's a writing desk in one corner. Obviously, there's of course a bed and cupboards. There's a lot of just kind of loose papers scattered around the place. It's not a particularly organised or tidy place. It seems that Achak was someone who maintained correspondence with several people, you would guess. There appear to be sort of letters around the place. And a bookcase filled with books about various, certainly on the topic of Havanos and the deeds and his followers, and also about the peoples of Playdean in general, the history of Playdean and different races, this being her area of interest. Is there anything that anyone else would like to do in this room? I haven't necessarily given you a motive to do so, but you know.
How easy would it be to just kind of quickly pass over what's written to see if there's any mention of rat folk? Just out of curiosity, just Jeb's wondering.
Give me a investigation.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, 26.
On a 26, you find within the bookcase a small volume that is actually it's kind of like a recipe book almost. It's like a collection of recipes for the types of things that the rat folk brew up. But what you also see as you look around the room on the writing desk is an unfinished tome. And what you realise from scanning through it is that Achak was trying to write something of a history of the rat folk herself, and it doesn't appear that she ever finished it.
Oh. Yeah, I'll put a hand on it and just kind of say to myself, like, aren't you something?
Maybe you can finish it for her.
Oh, maybe I could. I'm about hesitant to take it, though. Matter of fact, Preacher, he's in here with us, isn't he?
Aramis is there, yeah.
I say, Deacon Aramis. I'll actually call him by his proper name for once.
Preacher man.
I'll say, I don't know what you would do with this domicile and the rest in this building beyond today, but I think it'd be mighty honorable to make this a living museum of Achak's memory. I think that'd be a beautiful thing. It's not for me to say, but I can tell you that my people would sure make pilgrimage here to pay their honors to her.
Of course. I couldn't agree more. You hear a voice from the doorway pop up and go, actually, might I ask something? Boric seems to have more or less sobered up after his encounter with the Tormith. He says, perhaps I could pay my respects in my own ways, Mr. Jeb, if I travelled back to your land with you and spoke with your people, and perhaps I could then return and finish the volume myself.
Son, we'd welcome that.
Thank you.
We
so
would be
much.
happy to have you.
Deacon, may I be permitted to go on a sabbatical? Aramis goes, absolutely not. Get the fuck back in the kitchen. He relents and says, of course, Boric, it's what Achak would have wanted. He goes, Aramis rests his hand on the desk and says, looks down at where he's left his hand, and looking down, he's put his hand on a stack of papers. He lifts them up and looks through them and hands them to Ingrid and says, you see for yourself. And what you hold in your hand is a series of letters from Queka. And they're all dated over the course of the last 3 years. And the first one is really warm and friendly, inviting her home to be with her people. And as the years go on, these letters get more and more desperate, more and more exasperated in their tone. And the last one what you notice looking through them is that none of them appear to have been replied to. They each start with, we've not received a response, blah blah blah. However, and the last one is quite mean in its language, quite nasty, kind of trying to guilt trip her into going home. Aramis says, well, come, I think the time is finally upon us. Let us travel and meet with your friends. Boric, you will travel with us also. I think we can afford to leave the Abbey on its own for a few hours. Boric brings the horses. Gertie takes one look at Tembo and sort of...
Poor horse.
And as you all mount up and prepare to set out, Aramis looks at Atlas and says, you may not have known Achak, but she clearly had heard of your deeds. And she clearly thought, and rightly as it turns out, that you would be an asset in resolving an issue she clearly anticipated. Now let us ride together in the name of Havarnos. And off you go, riding towards Wetbark together on Gertie and on your various assorted mounts, you head off to lay Achak to rest with Clork and Garb and the rest of the goblins at Wetbark. I don't see the need for us to have a actual scene there. I think that is perfectly sufficient as you ride off into the horizon, towards the west, into the now setting sun as evening sets in. These unlikely few brought together by a mostly shared acquaintance and acting to ensure that her body is laid to rest in a suitable way and that she is given the most honourable send-off possible. I just realised I had better music for this. Sorry, I got a whole the whole music set out for it. You ride across the Western Plain, across the North Road, from the North Road Abbey towards Wetbark, where finally Achak can be at rest. And so ends today's adventure. Thank you very much,
Brilliant.
players.
Absolutely
Did
brilliant.
it.
Hello, Deadman, as well. Good to
Amazing.
see you.